Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Radlett for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match. Sunrisers entertaining Western Storm. Myself, Kevin Hand here, bringing you the stream from Radlett. For Sunrisers, news of the toss, as you can see, the Storm winning the toss and electing to bat. The team lineups for Storm out there to bat: Alex Griffiths and Emma Corney to open, Sophie Luff, the skipper, at 3, Fran Wilson at 4, Neve Holland at 5, Nat Wraith, the wicket-keeper, at 6, Sophie Smale coming in at 7, Cole Harvey, Chloe Skelton, Molly Robbins and Gemma Lane. As for Sunrisers, Grace Scribbins, the captain, Cordelia Griffith, Jodie Grucock, Ariana Dowse, Maddie Villiers, Jo Gardner and Mara Carr keeping wickets. Amu Saran Kumar, Eva Gray, Kelly Castle and Kate Kopak. Edged! Oh, goodness me, what a start that would have been. Kopak opening up from the pavilion end in front of us. Bit of bounce, high on the edge, and Scribbins gets a hand to it. Western Storm are up and running. The run for Griffiths, Corney on strike. No ball calls, overstepping. In the power play, Corney. Umpire signals the free hit. What a first couple of deliveries to the match. Dot ball, Rob Olds. Free hit missed by Corney. So yes, a welcome return for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. These two teams back in action after the break for the 100. Eased away to backward point. No run. Good length again, good line from Kopak. Key performer for Sunrisers with the ball nowadays. Quick chat for the fourth delivery of the over. Change of fields. Got a slip in place, which is Scrivens. Gully brought in now as well. Deep third's quite fine. There's a point cover, extra cover, and mid-off. So it's a 7-2 field here for Kopak. And that's the setup. Just outside off. Try and force Griffiths and Corney to pierce that offside field. Mid-on and long leg, the two fielders on the onside. In fact, it'll change again. They're going to go mid-wicket and long leg as the two fielders on the onside of the 7-2 field. No ball called again. Be another free hit. Got away with the last one. Kopak. That's great. Fielding the ball. Likely to open up from Salters Field end. The no ball you just caught, signal there by the umpire. Gabby Brown standing at square leg, Nigel Long. Another dot ball from the free hit. 3 without loss in the opening over. Edged and put down. Carl got gloves to it. Well, what a first over this is from Kopak. Oh. Went late at it, Carl. Burst out of the gloves. 2 no balls, 2 edges. Quite the first over for Kopak. Here's Gray. Griffiths on 1 and on strike. Corney yet to get off the mark. 2 no balls resulting in 3 hits, which were both dot balls, so Sunrisers get away with that early on. Solid start from Gray, just on the spot, just outside off. Looking back on the games for Kate Kopak, 2 no balls in that first over. Last played on the 24th of July at Cheltenham against Storm. Himself a little bit of room there, Griffiths. Lost the time a bit as she pushed it away into the offside. But yeah, that match, 24th of July at Cheltenham. Sunrisers on the toss, selected to fields. Storm posted 165 for 3 off 22 overs. Edged, gone. Pushed at it, thick edge in the air, outside of the bat. Griffiths departs. Gray with a wicket with her 3rd ball. And indeed, Sunrisers' own Griffith taking the catch in the offside, really looped up off a thick outside part of the bat. 3 for 1. Just stretching for this one slightly, wasn't there to it. And indeed taken that point. I thought it was in the covers that it was held. But it was Point that took the catch. And yeah, it wasn't really to the pitch of it at all, wasn't really in position, stretching for it. That thick outside edge flying to Point. And square of the wicket. So 3 for 1 in the second over. 3 edges in the first over and a half. And a catch taken. It was Corney that was put down at the end of the last over by Carr. Griffiths was put down at the start of the over. Sharp chance above the heads of Scrivens at slip. Sophie Luff, skipper, comes out at 3. Still looking back on that match, so a rain-affected match at Cheltenham, reduced to 22 overs. Western Storm 165 for 3. 46 that day from Alex Griffiths opening. Danielle Gibson 12 opening with her. Of course, she was bowled by Gray. Oh, shape back into Luff on that one. Tumble for Gray as well. But a smile on her face. Just swung late. Adjusted the line. to point by Luff. So yes, Griffiths 46, Gibson 12, Fran Wilson coming in at 3, got 56 before she was caught Kopak off the bowling of Suren Kumar. Eve Holland 28, and Sophie Luff, the skipper, coming in 5 on that occasion, 9 from the 8 deliveries she faced. Oh, shapes down the leg side again. It's a little bit of movement now though that Gray will have to control. Worked well first ball of the over. So close to a wicket maiden to start for Gray. Took 1 for 20 from her 4 overs in that match in Chelmsford, picking up Gibson as mentioned. Movement back in. Also, Kumar slips over that one, but they were comfortably through anyway. End the over. So 5 for 1 at the end of the second. Kopak's continue, picked up figures of 3 overs, number 24 in that match at Cheltenham. Maddie Villiers, number 38 from her 5. Grace Scrivens, number 27 from 4. Abtar Maqsood, number 13, just the 1 over, and Suren Kumar 2 for 37 from 5. Sunrisers with a bat. Grace Scrivens got 39 opening. Cordelia Griffith 3. Jodie Grewcock 1. Dani van Niekerk 26. Solid defence for Luff once more. Maddie Villiers 22. Eva Gray, ball in hand now, managed 27 that day. Amara Carr a duck. Florence Miller 16, and Amu Suren Kumar 10. Sophie Smale and Chloe Skelton with the stars with the ball, 4 and 3 apiece. Daniel Gibson 1 for 38 from 5. Phoebe Graham number 10 from 3. Sophia Smale 4 for 34 from 4. Lauren Filer number 13 from 1. Alex Griffiths number 24 from 4, and Chloe Skelton 3 for 36 from her 5. Oh, Bolzer, wow! What an explosion that was. Luff's gone for 1. Kopak has a wicket in her second over. What scenes for a bowler to see the stumps flying. Oh, look at that. On the spot. Here's the angle that we need. Through the gate, top of middle and off, and an absolute splattering of stumps. Great feeling for a bowler. There we go. Disappointment for Luff. Brings Fran Wilson out to the middle. Just gone through that scorecard, 56. She top scored in the reverse fixture at Cheltenham. Right up there, driven back to the bowler. Former Sunriser, Fran Wilson. 31 years of age, to be 32 November 7th, from Farnham in Surrey. One test for England, 33 ODIs and 30 T20 internationals. Right up there again and push back. Top score of 85, unbeaten in ODIs, 43 in T20 internationals. England debut back in 2010 in Colombo. Dragged away, short from Kopak. Put away. Kopak's second over, third over indeed. One for 7 from her two now, Kopak, as Gray resumes at the Salters field end. Amazing start here for Sunrisers. 2 edges not taken, but 2 wickets still claimed in the opening 4 overs. Benefiting from one of those put-downs. One of the usually ever so reliable gloves of Amara Carr. Swing again for Gray. Movement out there at the start, as you'd expect with 2 new balls. Shape in once more through square-legged passes. Onto the pads, gets away from Carr. Sarin Kumar has a work cut out. Joswell holds him to just a single. End of the 4th, 11 for 2. Western Storm winning the toss. Standard stat here at Radlett. The team that bats first wins the majority of the fixtures. Storm will be aware of that, but equally the recent matches here, we've seen that early movement, especially 10:30 in September. Condensation again on the cars this morning. It would have burned through a lot by this point. Any moisture at all. Sun's belting down, as you can see. Short through to the keeper. Wilson looking to uppercut. Tumbling stop at mid-on. Joe Gardner getting around. Wilson on to 5. Twelve for 2. Halfway through the 5th here at Radlett. Leg side, it would appear. Shake of the head from the umpire. Corney survives. Again, leg side to end the over. 5 overs done, 13 for 2. Back in again from great start the over, as we've seen plenty of movement from the bowlers so far this morning. The 6th over, Kevin Ham bringing the stream. I'd like to say Danny Warren's alongside me in the commentary position for this one at Radlett. We'll say good morning in a moment after what's been an outstanding start for Sunrisers. Use that shape again. Corny watchful as she pushes back. Tania drop first ball, although hard to say it was a drop, an edge first ball, which Scrivens did well to get her hand to. Couple of edges, couple of wickets. What a start to the game. Welcome back to regional cricket.
I know. We've been building up to this day for what, six weeks or so now, and Radlett have done us a right solid. We've got the perfect conditions. We've got a blazing track out there, so yeah, it's really exciting to see the girls back in action.
Commentated on a 50-over match for Middlesex here a couple of weeks ago, and there was a lot of early movement in that one. Again, 10:30 start for this, 11 o'clock start for that one, still in August, but 10:30 start just gives that little bit more to the bowlers.
Yeah, it's something we wanted to bowl first anyway, but it's a nice one when you've got the pressure of having decided to have a dig first on you, to go out there and give the ball to two bowlers that are bang in form.
Bit wide to get through Car, it does. So in Karma giving chase, just going to beat her. 4 wides it's going to be.
Good Eva, good Eva.
Yeah, there's the stat that does the round here at Radlett of the percentage sides batting first winning the games, as there's that one just getting away from Car. You can't always go by the stats though, and I'd imagine that was your thought process this morning. A little bit of inside info perhaps from Alan Coleman or anybody else, just to say, yeah, it really did a bit first up.
Yeah, look, I think the reality is that you want to play the conditions, and history doesn't repeat itself too often, so back yourself.
Oh, inside edge. Bit of a gate there from Corny, but she gets away with that.
Yeah, and I suppose the reality also is that there haven't been a large number of women's matches played at this ground, so whilst you will spend some time looking at the statistics, you want to put a little bit on it and say, well, we haven't got a base yet to say women's professional cricket has been played here 50 times and this is a percentage of wins. This is our 3rd fixture here in terms of competitive matches.
Running behind that one again, Corny, he's into the offside. 1 from 19 for Corny. That tells a story out there at the moment.
Yeah, like they're being made to work really hard at the moment, and the key for us now as Sunrisers is to keep the pressure on. You're not going to take a wicket every ball, even when the conditions are on your side. So it's great to see the energy that the girls are putting in, the backing they're giving to their bowlers, and if you keep putting in the right area more often than not, they're all going to be successful.
Excellent from Gray. Right on the spot.
She's found a great length, hasn't she, so far down the hill, with the pace and bounce that Kate Koppak's getting coming up the hill from this end. It's been a really good combination. That slightly skiddier from Eva Gray at the top end, and a bit of pace and bounce at this end. So we're excited by the opening partnership that we have here, and given the right conditions and the right day, that they can cause chaos for everyone.
Just looking back at the meeting between these two at Cheltenham in end of July, rain-affected match.
Slightly different weather, and I think if we're honest, as soon as it got down to 22 overs a side, we knew that Storm were going to be the happier of the two sides. That our game at the moment is set up very nicely for the 50-over format, whereas we're probably missing a bit of power at the top of the order for the shorter format. So that played into their hands. Very different conditions here today, and one that we're very confident with.
Big appeal, but leg sides. Appeal mostly from Scrivens at slip.
Well, the enthusiasm of your first game as captain, I suppose you want to make your mark. And look, she's been brilliant around the group. It's been a disappointment to lose Danae for the last few games of the season, having really started to put the foundations in over the last few months. It's so unfortunate for her to be heading home with a thumb injury that is going to rule her out for the next few weeks. But Grace has stepped up.
That was closer. It's a better appeal, but again, leg side and high, hitting on the back leg. What was her impact like going on off the field? Certainly doing the first game at Lords, where she played against against South East Stars in that one, ahead of the Middlesex Surrey game that evening, and you could just see her presence in the field as well. But she was lively, she was full of ideas and enthusiasm and energy. Gum. Another one falls. Wilson for 5. 18 for 3 in the 7th, and what a start this is proving to be for Sunrisers. Storm electing to bat first. Kopak has a second to go with the one from Gray. 3 down early on. This is a big problem for Storm now.
Yeah, and that's due reward, isn't it? She's plugged away on the stumps, and I suppose she'll probably critically say that's one of the looser deliveries she's bowled, a little bit short, a little bit wider, but it's tempted Fran into playing a shot to try and release a bit of the pressure, and it's yeah, definitely just reward for a fantastic spell that she's bowling at the moment. Going back to your question about the impact that Danae's had on the side, that she's an absolutely fantastic person. She's a fantastic leader. We started to see glimpses of the fantastic cricketer that she is at the back end of the season before she got injured. And that you want someone like that around your side. We're a relatively young team, but a team that, because you haven't been together for that long, you're trying to create your culture and you're trying to create the way that you want to play cricket. She's not necessarily by accident. We thought about it before bringing her in, but you knew that she would have an impact that the players around her would follow her and buy in too. So like, having her around has been absolutely fantastic, and you can see the girls that have learnt from her. She's taken the work that Kelly did as captain for the last 2 years and just continued to grow what we do on and off the field. So it's great. Look, it's huge credit to everybody to be able to continually work when you're, in all fairness, you're not getting the results that you feel you should be getting, but to continue to come back and believe in what you're doing, to back the vision that Andy as head coach has, and that early days, you know, things can change very quickly in cricket, but now we've had an opportunity to show what we can do.
Right up there on the spot again from Kopak to the new batter, Holland.
Kate Kopak's been away with Welsh Fire for the last month. She might not have taken the field, but for a player who until now has juggled her cricket with her law career, to spend a month focusing on cricket, we're now seeing the rewards of that. It's really exciting for her.
Punched away by Neve Holland, can't pierce the offside field though. It's been a cracking start here. The field's been interesting. A 7-2 field deployed, 7 on the offside, just 2 on the on. Which really backs up how well Kopak and Gray are bowling. 18 for 3 with 1 ball to go, the 7th. Oh wow, now gone! Holland the latest to go, 4 wickets down in 7 overs, 3 of them to Kopak, a stunning start for Sunrisers.
Can't wait for the replay for this one. It looked like the ball she's been searching for all day. She's been in and around there, and that just drew Holland onto the front foot. Heard a feather from here. She didn't look particularly happy, but it sounded something.
Well, there it is. They thought they had her. Bat's a long way away from the pad, so any noise was an edge. But Holland, well, not too much disappointment once given. Momentary pause, but off she went. Certainly there was, so often an appeal gives it away, doesn't it? And on that one they were convinced. Let's have a look. A little feather through to Carr. Sunrisers thought they heard a noise. Umpire agreed. And 18 for 4. Not the start that Storm were expecting when they won the toss here at Radlett on a sunny day in Hertfordshire. That cut out now. Well, if there was a noise, it could only have been one thing. The bat wasn't near the ground, it wasn't near the pad. Holland's disappointment, not too much. She makes her way off. There was a moment's pause waiting for the decision, I think, but nothing more.
Yeah, I think in fairness, you can sometimes not realise you have made contact with it. She's just come to the crease, so you're trying to search for the ball. She was, as you say, there was no way it was hitting the floor or the pad there, and the wicket-keeper's reaction gives it away. Like when she's watching the ball into her hands, and as soon as it hits, you know you've taken a wicket. So look, it's right reward for a brilliant spell that Kate Kopac's bowling at the moment.
Oh, that's really good. Gray on the spot on a double wicket maiden for Kopak last up. Corney was put down in the opening over. She has 1 from 21 and she's hanging in on North at the time when she was put down. Edged again, wide of Scrivens, down to Kopak, just in front of us at deep third.
It's been the length that's been so impressive today that the batters have had nothing that they can really feed on. From memory, there's been one that Fran picked up and put away to the leg side early on in her innings, but aside from that, there's been no get-out balls really, and when they have been there, they've had a bit of extra pace or movement on them that's directed to the fielders.
I was there yesterday. Yeah.
That's a beaut from Gray. They are right on the spot here, Sunrisers. This must be a pretty good feeling, I must say, right now, Tony. You never want to get too far ahead of situations, but right now they're executing incredibly well.
Well, I've sat next to you too many times, Kev, to see it go the other way. So I'm not going to get too comfortable. I'll let you know that when Stephen Fletcher came over and said, look, when you're not busy, come and have a chat with Kev. I said I would, but my worry is that I will stop taking wickets as soon as I turn up.
That's short. They'll think of 2, they'll come back for the second. 21 for 4 at the end of the 8th. This is an incredible power play for Sunrise. There's 2 overs to come of it.
So I'll do you a deal. If we keep taking wickets, I'll stay.
What's the duration in between wickets, though, where it constitutes we're not taking wickets?
That's a really good question. At 21 for 4, I'm pretty comfortable, and I'll sit here and chat cricket all day with you. But come back to me when they put on 100 partnerships.
What's the negotiation here? 100? I mean, 80 for 4? Is that when you're off?
I might need a coffee by then, to be fair.
Keep an eye on the scores in the other games as well. Full round of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches today. Central Sparks taking on Blaze. They're 25 for 1 after 8. Being played at Birmingham. Sparks winning the toss. Jones caught Siva Brunt off the bowling of Bryce for 8. Ellis not out 7. Freeborn on 6. 26 for 1. 8.4 overs gone there now.
You know what's brilliant? It's great to see Nat Siva Brunt going back and playing some 50 over cricket for her region, for the Blaze, ahead of coming into the England squad for the ODI series.
Dragged away. 7-2 field, as we mentioned, so work to do here, which is going to be too much. Surun Kumar to do from long leg. Second boundary off the bat. We saw a wide go away for 4 as well.
She picked that one up really nicely. It wasn't the worst ball that Kate Kopac's bowled. Still had a bit of pace and bounce in it. She managed to pick up the line, so that's the 23 balls in the face help.
It's back, run. Look at the match at Gosforth. Northern Diamonds taking on Southern Vipers. The Vipers won the toss and are 38 for 1 after 9. Millgrove gone for 6, Bold Scott.
That's a nice journey for them, isn't it? Southampton to Gosforth.
Yeah, I think they'd have preferred Gosport.
I wonder who they've upset at Northern Diamonds. When I found out they were playing there, I had to stop moaning that we're in Durham for the final day of the season, and that's a trip from London. But add another hour and a half on each side, and you might as well get a plane, mightn't you?
Edgley away, backward a point, all on the floor. Yeah, what's the worst journey? Somerset to Durham, I guess. So Diamonds making the trip to the southwest.
Yeah, I think with the regional structure it's slightly misleading sometimes. Some regions have more of a central base, whereas you're still going to find players that live away from where that central base might be. So certainly anyone who comes from that Cornwall side of the world, you really don't want to be going too much further than your home ground, do you?
Oh, that slips out and run away. No ball will be called on Heights. Gets through the slip as Wraith just sees it off, really. Just see, comes right out of the top of the hand here.
She rode it well. They're the hard ones. You're not expecting them to be coming at you like that, so she kept her eye on the ball and rode it very well. And it's almost like we're at that point where the ball has stopped doing as much in the air and you're trying to get something off the pitch.
Slammed back down the ground over. It was a wide mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and there's another boundary for runs. Gardner and Gray won't catch that. 35 for 4, end of the 9th. 1 over left to the power play. It's been an outstanding one for Sunrisers. Storm getting a little bit back here in that over.
Slightly ruined Kopac's figures there, but she's had a fantastic spell. As I say, like these balls don't keep their shine for very long. You don't get a huge amount of swing or anything off the in the air for very long, even with one being used at each end. So you could see a couple of times, certainly with New Boy, it looked like Kate Kopac tried to run her fingers down it to get a little bit off the pitch, and it just didn't quite come out right, did it?
Oh, now, was there a little inside edge on that? Great. Back in. Was there 2 noises on that? My first thought was there a little inside tickle?
Yeah, my gut thought she might have got outside the line, but you can't quite tell from here. We're not behind the bowler's arm, but yeah, again, she's hit that length brilliantly.
Again, nips back in, just tucked up by her, but drags it away. Let's have another look. Height would have been an issue for umpire Long to consider. Oh, so just a little inside edge there, otherwise.
Nip back, hit her on the back pad, so might have been the back pad and the height, but she's hit a perfect length there.
Outside the off stump. was doing a commentary of the Middlesex-Surrey game at Lords, and Peter Milan was out. Actually, he was given not out first ball, and I said I thought I heard two noises, and Alex Stewart messaged Angus Fraser at that point and said, yeah, that was front and back pad. Oh, in the air for a moment, run away down to deep third. Got back doing the fielding. 2 to come with the power play, 37 for 4. Rhft on to 11. And a change of pace for Rhft and Storm. Stark contrast to Corney, 8 from 29. Leg sides. There's still some movement out there, actually, isn't there? It's just nipping back in from Gray.
Yeah, so she's really found a length that the batters are having to come forward to, having to try and work the ball somewhere. So it's always dangerous when there's a little bit in the pitch to try and do that and find a gap that isn't there. And it's obviously a couple more on the leg side now, just to allow it to go a little bit straighter.
That is the end of the power play. 10 bowls here at Radlett. Western Storm winning the toss, 37 for 4. It's a glorious day, and it will be all day in Hertfordshire. Scorching temperature expected throughout, but well, it's a scorching start from Sunrisers. Griffiths gone for 1. Caught Grucock with the bowling of Gray. Luff bowled Kopak for 1. Wilson caught Grucock, bowled Kopak for 5, and Hollands then caught Carr for bowling of Kopak. A little feather through to the keeper. He had offered a chance in the first over when she was on noughts. Rhft has had a blistering start, but for Storm, they've got to play the long game here. Now, we often talk about batting out your overs. To some extent, that old adage has gone from the game. Morgan was very much a man who changed that and said you better bowled out for 350 in 40 overs than bowled out, than batting out your overs and scoring 300. But I think at this point here, 4 down, they've got to be very, very careful, Western Storm. Kelly Castle into the attack from the pavilion ends. Placing Kopak at the pavilion end. Just come from Chelmsford, where there's a very large picture of a smiling Kelly Castle, her home grounds. Stumps thrown out.
Is there nothing Jodie Grucock can't do as she hits the stumps on the full there? Yeah, like we're back at Chelmsford on Sunday, so we're really, yeah. Last game out, we managed to sneak past Vipers in a great game of cricket. So looking forward to try and reaffirming what we want to be, Fortress Chelmsford. Kelly's found that length straight away. Like one of the things that she's so good at is just from ball one controlling the over. And she's had a month where she's worked really hard away from the 100, and yeah, we're looking forward to seeing her reap the rewards hopefully. It was her birthday yesterday as well, so I asked her if she could give us all instead of bringing cakes for your birthday, can you just bring us some wickets?
Cakes at the commentary tent, clearly though.
Of course, we need to set the standard, don't we? Actually, I forget the wickets debate. If you bring me more cakes, I'll stay.
Just a single. More standard 5-4 field now on the offside. Deep square and long leg, the two back on the onside. And go around the field, they've got a so mid-wicket and mid-on, completing the 4 on the onside. The 5 on the offside are slip, backward point, cover, mid-off. thirds. It's quite fine. Just moved around a little bit now. Slip coming out into the covers. Good check on those scores elsewhere again. Southern Vipers, where we were last, 57 for 1 after 11 now at Northern Diamonds. South East Stars are at Woodbridge Road, Guildford. Almost as lovely as Radlett, Hertfordshire. South East Stars won the toss and elected to bat. They are 45 for 3 after 13. Smith 5, Stonehouse 12 and Chatley 3. Davidson Richards 10 and Cranstone 13. 2 for Graham for Thunder and 1 for Norris. So those are the 4 Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games taking place today. Streams available of all of them. Not that you should be leaving ours at any stage.
Well said. Eva Gray's continuing. This is a bit of a spell for her now. Was she into her 7th over? 6th over. She was 2nd, so 6th over.
Going full with that one, looking for the block hole delivery. Got ball pushed back to mid-off. England's men playing tonight against New Zealand at Trent Bridge. 6 o'clock start in that. 4 round of championship matches as county cricket, regional cricket all back underway. This ball's cut away by, Corney gets through. They'll get a single, slight fumble. Corney's into double figures, her 36th ball, 40 for 4. Sunrisers derby at Chelmsford, where Essex were bowled out this morning for 304, 8 wickets for Josh de Carey's. That's a lovely shot. 44 for 4 in the 12th. Wraith gets it through. Keeps up this fine strike rate in the face of what Sunrisers have been doing otherwise. Oh, thick inside edge. Still movement there for Gray at the moment. Let's have a look at that one again.
Caught her in an area where she's not got any protection. Again, popped it in a little bit shorter there and beaten for pace. But at the end of another really good over by Eva. She's bowled a brilliant spell here. Imagine probably look to go to a bit of well, potentially another bit more seam with Amusa and Kumar, or turn to one of the spinners now and see what they can get out of the wicket. But what a brilliant opening spell from the 2 opening bowlers in Kate Kopak and Eva Gray, and they've really set the tone for the day. Look, it's hard work. 50 overs is long, and there's a chance to dig yourself out of it. They don't stop batting. Western Storm, so we know we've got to keep plugging away.
Right up there from Castle again, and well, the job's keeping on the stumps at the moment, I'd suggest, for Castle, isn't it? No width, nothing to play with at all. You miss, Castle hits.
Well, they can have an eye on that scoreboard, which says 4 down and 12 overs gone. So you dry up the run rate. The risks have to get taken at some point. So yeah, she's doing a great job.
44 for 4. Apparently there might have been a little buzz on the line. It was a fly though, by the sounds of it. Yeah, the Sunrisers Derby. That's dubbed by Danny Warren. Essex taking it on Middlesex at Chelmsford. All out for 304, the hosts. Essex 8 for De Carey's, Middlesex 25 for 4 in a bit of trouble. Stoneman, Robson, Cracknell and Davies all back.
For balance, there is obviously the third Sunrisers team in Division 1 that we need to keep an eye on as well.
Absolutely, going straight out. You can only ever have one derby at a time, though. It'll be Essex Northamptonshire will be a Sunrisers derby. Northamptonshire 232 all out. Lancashire 436 for 8. Oh yes, no settled on as Rhft gets back at the non-strikers' ends. Villiers at mid-wicket. And
that all adds to the squeeze you want to put on at this point. Fantastic fielding, backing up the bowling there. Amara Khan now standing up to the stumps. It just squeezes the batter. They've got that scoreboard in the back of their minds. Maiden over for Kelly Castle. Again, just backing up the good work that the opening bowlers did, and it's the joy of 50 over cricket is you've now got these periods where people are going to be coming in and looking to, I guess, keep that momentum in your direction, but knowing that the other team are trying to wrestle it away. So looks like Maddie Villiers has taken her cap off at the top end, and perfect foil for Kelly at the other end.
Other Division 1 scores: Surrey have beaten Warwickshire by 97 runs at the Oval, and Hampshire 89 for 2, leading Somerset by 260 at the Aegeus in their second innings. Yeah, the Middlesex game at Essex is day 2, all the others day 3. Start from Villiers, bowled from Wraith, who cuts her off the off stump for a couple. Moves to 18, 46 for 4. It's positive from Wraith. In the air, gone. Brilliant catch. Joe Gardner out in the deep, hands down underneath it, diving forward. That's an outstanding catch. Wraith, who cut the first ball off stump. Third ball of the over, she's put it straight down the throat of Gardner, who still had work to do, but it's 5 down, and Villiers immediately into the wickets.
Joe had to judge that really, really well. We've talked a lot around the pockets you get here at Radlett. It's you'll know better than I do, Kev, because you're here a lot with the guys. But like, it's a very strangely dimensioned ground. You've got some very, very big pockets that it's difficult to defend when you're when you're out there working out where to stand, how many to take off the off the boundary. So it's been a bit of a learning curve, and that the coaching team have done quite a lot with the girls over the last few weeks when we've been here to talk about positioning and talk about how to do that. But Joe judged that absolutely brilliantly, and yeah, if there's someone you want to have under a boundary catch, it's normally Joe Gardner.
So Smale out to join Corney, 10 from 42. Can't reiterate how difficult a start this has been for Western Storm, in that Corney was put down on noughts in the opening over. Carl was just a little late on it. And it burst out of the gloves. The difficulty of this match for a lot of players out there, which will please you greatly about how Sunrise is performing, is how little cricket they'll have played. Was it 6 weeks, did you say?
One of the challenges of August and the 100 period, which is a fantastic competition and is taking the women's game from strength to strength, is you've got a huge variety of levels of cricket they play.
Bounce on that for Villiers and away through square leg.
You take, for example, Maddie. She was over invincible. She played every game, but her role in that team, she didn't bowl as many balls as she'd want to. I nearly said overs there, but that's not the right phrase, is it? Get on brand. Sets that she would have wanted to, and she batted in a lower down the order than she would normally in this format. So even though she's played a lot of cricket, she hasn't, I guess, executed her skills as often as she would normally do. Against someone like Joe Gardner, has had a similar role at Trent Rockets. She went in, she was only really seen as a batter there, whereas there's a good chance she'll take the ball here, so she hasn't bowled any overs. Then on the flip side, you've got someone like Kelly Castle and Amusa and Kuma, who are out in the field at the moment, who were both with us for the duration of August. So we've had a programme where it's been a balance of some time training and some time playing second team and academy matches where we've been able to field some of the professional players. So it is a real juggling act, and each player's had to own their own game across this.
Opening the face on that one, Smale. Only towards point. Up there from Castle. Just 2 runs off 2.5 overs now, and a holding job here from Castle will be heaping pressure onto Western Storm, 47 for 5.
Like we said, one of the things that puts pressure on you is actually the scoreboard in the corner. The opposition can do their job, but that one will be heaping a huge amount more on. Self-fulfilling, you start putting pressure on yourself, and before you know it all, it's coming from every direction. So the trick here is to, I guess from our perspective, not get bored, just keep bowling our best ball and make them work really, really hard for everything. They're going to score runs while they're out there. But let's make them score them rather than give them any opportunities, and the fielders are doing a brilliant job to back up everything that the bowlers are doing as well.
Also looking for the maiden, but single gets through in the offside. to end the over. 15 done, 48 for 5 here. It's really quite a brilliant start. Just 3 runs off Castle's 3 overs so far. Doing the perfect job.
Yeah, it's the strength that Kelly brings to any team that she plays in. She's consistent. When she's on form, she's very difficult to get away without taking a risk. And as you say, like, you can take a risk if she's coming on and you're 8 to 9 after the power play, you'll take a risk, and that's difficult to roll in, but you never messing back to roll in. You're coming on after the power play, they're 44, you're laughing really, because all you've got to do is your job and keep the ball on the stumps, keep them in play, make the batter do something. Seeing something quite exciting happening in front of us here. We've just strapped the pads on to poor Jodie Grucock, who's going to be put in the firing line at, I would assume, a short mid-wicket. So you can see a style of captaincy that Grace has already brought to the team as she wants to keep this pressure on with Maddie hitting her line. So yeah, over to you, Jodie Grucock.
48 for 5. Top ball into that tightly packed offside.
Yeah.
Oh, uppish. There's mid-wicket. Short leg in place. Forward short leg. Well, it would have been a stunner. Short. Pulled as far as mid-on. No run again.
I think looking around the field, we've only got a deep mid-wicket out there and a deep square, so they're really putting that squeeze on. They've packed both sides and put the pressure on here.
Top ball to end the over. Maiden for Maddie Villiers. 1 for 3 off 2. 48 for 5 of 16 overs here at Radlett. Western Storm winning the toss. At the moment they're not winning much else. Rhft gave it a little bit of a boost with 18. Strike rate of over 100. But Corney is playing a game that, well, she will have to stick to for some time now, and so will Western Storm. We were touching on it, I think interrupted by a wicket earlier, but batting your overs, and that's certainly got to be Western Storm's plan for this innings now.
Yeah, like we've been in this situation a number of times. I suppose you look at it and you can see it with an empathetic light on it, can't you? That you're stuck in that kind of limbo that you want to move the game on, but you have so little to play with, and almost like that counter punch that Rhft tried to play was almost the perfect way to get out of it.
Leg side, and that'll be wide.
Unfortunately for Rhft, that she didn't quite manage to take it as deep as she would want it to. But it's, yeah, you get too stuck in your shell, and it's very difficult to break out. The pressure gets bigger and bigger, and that's when you see the breakthrough.
It's backward point once more. What's that going to be? 2. Down to long leg. Kopak smothering that one. Brings up the 50 for Western Storm. 51 for 5 in the 17th. 98 deliveries, 51 runs, 5 wickets. Single. Corney moves it to 13. Cox in a silly mid-on for Sunrisers, right next to the, there you go, right next to the non-striker, Corney. Clipped away. And they'll pick up 2. 54 for 5. Smale doubles her tally with a couple. Into the 17th. 6 off it. It's expensive one by Castle. Number 9 or 4. It's been a really solid start from the first 3. Just 3 runs. Drinks being run out. On to 17 overs here. Have a look at the scores elsewhere. Hour and 10 minutes on the boards into this one. So, on those matches elsewhere, let's go around the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy first. So 4 games taking place in the Rachael Heyhoe, and Central Sparks are 64 for 3 against Blaze after 15 overs. Game taking place at Edgbaston, where Sparks won the toss. Wicket apiece for Ballinger, Bryce and Munro so far. Jones, Freeborn and Green back in the pavilion. Ellis 27 and Campbell 11. Actually putting things back together, they were 38 for 3. South East Stars are 65 for 4 against Thunder. That game taking place at Guildford. South East Stars winning the toss. 2 wickets for Graham, 1 for Norris, 1 for Bell. Smith, Stonehouse, Chatley and Cranston, who made 23, highest scorer so far, last to go. Caught Graham bowled Bell for 23. Davidson Richards has 19. Schofield yet to get off the mark. And the other game, Northern Diamonds taking on Southern Vipers. Southern Vipers are 85 for 1. Norgrave gone for 6, bowled Scott, but McCorn 32, Adams 31, 18th over there. Matty Villiers getting things going again here at Radlett. 54 for 5, Western Storm having won the toss. England, New Zealand men's International T20 tonight. That's a drag into the onside of dot ball again. Surrey have won by an innings of 97 runs against Warwickshire at the Oval. Northamptonshire 232 all out, Lancashire 454 for 8. Lancashire at Wantage Road, it's to Old Trafford that Middlesex head at the weekend. This ball's tickled away out to deep square for a single by Corney, moves to 14. And Middlesex at 29 for 4 at Essex in reply to the hosts 304. Hampshire 116 for 2, leading Somerset by 287 runs. In their second innings in Division 2, Durham 494 for 8, leading Sussex by 228 in the first innings of that game. We're wide. Pushes that one down the leg side, Villiers. Leicestershire 18 for 2, requiring 150 more to beat Gloucestershire at Grace Road. Low scoring thriller there on day 3. Loses a run-up, so I'll finish those scores elsewhere. Worcestershire against Glamorgan. Glamorgan 17 for 1, requiring 243 to win at New Road. And Yorkshire 254 for 4 in their second innings against Derbyshire, leading by 304. It's come with Villiers over. Top ball to end the over. 56 for 5, end of the 18th.
Yeah, I was just thinking that it's great to see so much cricket with everyone talking about football, isn't it? It's almost like we've got an extension to the season here. We've got a bit of summer, and we can focus on our sport for a little bit. There's so much going on.
Change of bowling. Scrivens, the skipper, into the attack from the pavilion ends. Good start from Scrivens. Skipper, as you say, for this one, Scrivens, and with the ball in hand now, having to focus on her own game immediately. Just chopped away fine. Backward point giving chase. And then winning that chase as well. They'll turn for 3. Receiving ball.
So we've seen with Scrivens before that she loves to take responsibility. When she captained the England under-19s, and they famously won that semi-final in the penultimate over. She was the one who took the ball and said, "Look, I'm not letting anyone else do this." Defending 5 runs, managed to pick up the wickets that were needed. So I think she'll see this as a chance for her to take some of the responsibility for the team and do it for her teammates.
No run.
And again, backed up by the fielders. Cordelia Griffiths did well in the covers there to get across and make sure they couldn't sneak one.
Yeah, the dot ball. So if not taking wickets at this point, Sunrisers keeping it tight, trying to force Western Storm to find these runs. End of the over. Scrivens just 4 off her first over, 60 for 5. 3 cut away down to the vacant deep third. So Corney still holding it together on 17. Smail 5 from 24. Similarly settling in here for the long haul for Western Storm.
Flo Miller's just come on the field for Cordelia Griffith, who's when moving in the covers looked to tweak something, so she's just gingerly walking off the field as Flo Miller joins the action.
Oh, nice start again, nearly through that too early, Smail. .60 for 5 in the 20th. .62 for 5 in the 20th. Lifted, but fine of mid-wicket. We've seen a few that have stopped and been pushed straight to the mid-wicket fielder. This one went in the air the whole time, but fine of mid-wicket. That's a beaut from Villiers. Floats that one past the edge. Perfect line and length. Corney wary to overcommit, getting too far across. A bit of turn and a bit of bite, and all of a sudden the inside edge could be beaten. But end of the 20th, 63 for 5, so 30 overs to go here at Radlett. And while Corney and Smail will be saying that they'll need to bat the vast majority of those, partnership key now for Western Storm if they are to put something on the board for the businesses.
Yeah, and these two have been incredibly patient. They know the role they have to play here. They need to bat for another 20 overs and give the tail a chance to come in and let loose later on. So it's yeah, it's what we love about the shorter form of cricket.
Now Scrivens floating it past the edge.
made an over for Scrivens there. Like Smale tried to be busy, looked to work it to the leg side a couple of times, but found mid wicket. So I think again another over goes quickly, which is the key thing here, because you look up at that scoreboard, 20 overs gone. You think, well, we got time in the game. We've got time in the game.
Yeah.
Having the two spinners on at the moment, working in tandem. Before you know it, 25, 30 overs are gone, and you're realising that you're even further behind the game than you can be. So a really good over there from Grace.
Singapore 65 for 5. What's the balance at the moment for a team in this position in the field between trying to find that next wicket but also keeping the runs down? Because in keeping the runs down, it builds that pressure to find the wicket. I guess the question then is, how much do you go searching for it?
Yeah, and I think the question for me that Grace will ask herself shortly is, how long do you keep Maddie on when they've obviously decided she's not someone they're going to target, and when do you go to somebody else who might get you that wicket?
65 for 5, just 2 off Villiers' 5th over, 1 for 10.
I mean, it's certainly not that Maddie isn't able to get a wicket, but they're not going to take a risk against her. This is where maybe we've not been the smartest team with the bat this year, where we've haven't identified that bowler that you just sit in on and you just let them finish their spell, because you know they're the danger. Now it looks at the moment like they've decided that Maddie's the danger. She's going at 2 and over. Like you see her off, you're hoping you're going to get somebody else to come on and give you a couple. So when does Grace turn to somebody else who they might just free themselves up, lose a little bit of concentration, and that's probably the bit. It's easy to bowl 2 in tandem for 20 overs, but that partnership might not get you the wicket, and you then look back and think, well, actually I needed those overs at the ends when something does get going. Both spinners are in a nice rhythm here. They're not looking to take huge amounts of risk at the moment, so when do you shuffle your pack?
East away to backward point, another dot ball. .65 for 5 after 23. Good start from Villiers again. Squeezes on here. This is what we were talking about, and how Sunrisers would go about this and what view. If you can dry it right up. So squeeze a single away there. If you can dry it right up at this stage, and that in itself will bring a wicket, because Western Storm will be the ones that have to make the move.
Yeah, and they'll be, we said it earlier, that scoreboard doesn't go away. They're big and looming in the distance, so they'll be knowing that the overs are ticking by, and they're ticking by quickly with the spinners on. It's slightly on the up there with the intent to try and score some runs. So yeah, keep plugging away. You've got to be patient here, haven't you? Both teams. It's who blinks first now.
Dug out beautifully. Smaling behind that. To be really careful not to push too hard at it. Let the ball come onto the bat. 66 for 5, 24 done. Nearly the halfway stage. Rate down to 2.7, according below 33 with a strike rate. Smale 9 from 45. Slammed back, and Scrivens keeps the squeeze on here. Hopefully hasn't done too much damage. She stayed down for a while there, which caused me to pause. She's got back up hold in her wrist. Let's have a look. Yeah, hits right on the wrist, right at the bottom of the palm. Hopefully no damage done.
She saved a certain 4 there, so she'll have that to give her a little bit of pain relief. But yeah, putting your body on the line to make sure that that release shot, and they're trying to play those shots. They're trying to give themselves a way out, but at the moment it's just coming up against the brick wall.
Still a thought. Does the physio need to come on at the moment? I think they're going to leave the physio and Scrivens will continue, or are they? Yep, just going to carry on for now. Yeah, I was just working out. I was having a conversation down at the Aegeus. I think it was with Emily Winter, playing for the Vipers, but that day covering Hampshire. Myself and Kevin James, the Middlesex all-rounder. She was talking about 3 dot balls to buy a wicket, but I'd imagine she was talking, well, clearly talking about the Charlotte Edwards Cup, 3 dot balls to buy a wicket.
Say they'd be all out by now if that was the case, but I think obviously the dot strings that you put together, and that's how bowling in partnerships also comes into it, that the more you have to go searching, the more chance you are that you're going to make a mistake.
Just the one off the over. That's the halfway stage here. Western Storm winning the toss at Radlett in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy encounter. 67 for 5. Corney 20. Smale 9. At some point they'll have to make a move, but it still feels as though it's too early. 2 more wickets on that board now, and it's massive trouble for Western Storm. And these two have batted so long and so hard here. 64 and 47 balls faced each. They will not want to give it away cheaply. They're not going to want to give it away quickly and easily here to Sunrisers by going after runs. Shuffle to the pitch of that one. Corney, we're just saying there's not that much turn out there, but it's the pace really of the pitch, the spinners, that's the interesting element here. Pick up there, it was in the slot. Corney able to free up her arms, swing that one hard into the onside over mid-on.
If you're honest, Maddie's probably quite pleased to see her do that, because you want to see a batter want to play cricket at the other end, and that gives you a chance to bowl.
Straighter with that one. In response, Villiers.
As lovely as dot balls are, you're trying to work out. Yeah, you then find yourself in a position of, do I change something? Like say, it's who blinks first, isn't it? But when a batter wants to play a shot, you know you've got a chance. You know you've got a chance to use your variations and your options against them.
Looking for 3 here, and they'll get it. So that's a great piece of fielding. Miller sliding to flick back in.
And that's a great example of the pace in this pitch. It's got a tickle on there, and it's gone all the way down to a very long boundary.
Wide signals. Step across from Smale. Found it a big talking point this season. How those tram lines move with the batter. I like that from Villiers around the wicket now to Smale.
It's almost like she waited for them to start playing some shots before she did it.
Top ball to end the over. Better over for Western Storm. 8 off it.
And yeah, and it's almost like you say, they've got to work out when to go, haven't they? Sunrisers have to work out what they save for the back end, and shuffle the pack accordingly. But bowling wise, you still got your opening bowlers. You've got Amritsar and Kumar, who's taken wickets in every match that she's played for since coming into the team in early July. You've got Jodie Grucock, who has taken a lot of wickets this season, won herself the Player of the Month award in July off the back of her bowling rather than her batting.
Slammed into the onside. Grucock, a sharp chance, hit hard at her. Oh, leg side, and he'll get through. Signs that Storm are ready to up the tempo here a little and make a move in this innings. Dragged away straight to the fielder in the deep. Should just be a single. It is. Villiers with the strong arm. Top ball to end the over. So just the 3 off it, 2 of those leg by. Scrivens number 6 off 5. This is what we're talking about in this middle period now, where what's going to give Sunrisers economy. Storm get that up, that scoring rate going up, or will it be that wickets column affected again, which is what has kept the run rate so low throughout, but equally credit to Sunrisers, they've given nothing away here in this innings.
It looks like we are getting that, possibly getting that bowling change. I saw Maddie Villiers wasn't walking straight there, she walked past the crease, so yeah, Jodie Grewcock takes her hat off, ready to bring a variation at that end. It's probably a very good move to give themselves that variety in the attack. It's in the team, so use it.
Grewcock into the attack. Saltersfield end. Just a little bit of turn off the straight there, as we were saying. We weren't seeing it much for the finger spinners. Away, only 2 points. Cut to backward point. Good start here from Grewcock.
She's come on and she's done exactly what Maddie was doing. Target those stumps, don't give them anything, and make them play their shots.
Sweeper setback exactly for that, just the one that gets through. It's Gardner with a strong arm back to Carr. 79 for 5. Into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. They'll get through for the single, but saved it getting away for at least a couple there. End of the 28th, 80 for 5. Metro Bank One Day Cup just finished in August for the men's teams, men's county teams, and one of the big talking points there, and has been for a couple of years now with List A cricket really, is the old adage of double your tally at 30. It's Alan Coleman has said when he's been on the mic through Middlesex Games, the managing director of cricket. Teams are almost looking at 100 off the last 10 nowadays in List A, so you get to 250, 300 by the end of the 40th, and then go hard at the last 10 looking for another 100. The situation here, it's that wickets column that makes any prediction for us sitting on the sidelines, but equally for the batters in the middle, Smale and Corney, very difficult. Sure, they'd like at least 160 on the board here.
Yeah, and I think that we know it's a good batting track here, so I think if they were to come out of this innings below 200, then Sunrisers will be incredibly happy with the work. But you know you've got to apply yourself, because there is a bit of pace, there is a little bit of skid out there that you've got to be wary of. So yeah, you're keen to keep it as low as you can.
This partnership's worth 35 for the 6th wicket. That's the other thing, is we're effectively coming to a
in terms of the so minimal that it's really hard to draw too many conclusions.
First boundary in a while. 85-5. Partnership ticks along. They came together with the score on 46 at 39. The partnership now for the 6th wicket. Finds the gap in between cover and extra cover. It was the 14th over, midway through the 14th over, when Rhft fell 45-5. Single more, 86. 4-5, ended the 29th. So, what, midway through the 14th. Since then they've had another 15 and a half overs, and they were 45-5 at that point. So no wickets in that time, but 41 off 15 and a half. 21 to go. They will be trying to think about at least another 86 here, as we say, doubling the tally. Slides that one down the leg side. Grewcock will be wide, and they'll get through for the single as well. Oh my goodness me, that's right up there and gone. Complete misjudgment by Smale. Rocks back, struck on the back foot, right in front, hitting halfway up the middle. Grewcock with a wicket at the start of her second over, and 88 for 6. A real blow for Storm and a soft way to go for Smale, just as they were thinking about opening up.
You could see her wanting to give herself space, almost playing for the turn, and it looked like, without having to replay it, skidded on a little bit. It's reminiscent of a number of wickets that Jodie's picked up this season, that you keep the stumps in play, you always have a chance. And for a player that's come into the team as an opening bat and has been given a role with the ball over the last few months, she's really grabbed it. And it's just a heartbeat out there.
Difficult to work it out, really. I mean, that's nearly a block hole delivery from Grewcock, and Smale has rocked back to it, perhaps just trying to clear the front foot. Perhaps misjudged the flight as it dipped on her a little bit more. Did she think it was a full bunger as she just opened up to the onside? In the end, plays all over the top of it.
One of the things that was crossing my mind just before I hadn't quite said it was, when you lose early wickets and you have players that wouldn't bat for long periods of time ordinarily coming in, so you've got a Sophia Smale who undoubtedly is a very capable batter, but she wouldn't spend a huge amount of time building innings and kicking on. That it's rumoured to be 30 odd degrees out there. It probably feels even warmer in the middle. You've batted for 15 overs for the partnership that you've put together, and actually your concentration levels are not something that you're used to doing, and it's not an easy thing to keep going. Like with you see with top order batters, that's I guess one of the skills that they bring to the game. But a player who's coming in at 7 and wouldn't ordinarily be thinking they'd be batting for more than 10 overs is it's a challenge for them.
Leg side with that one. So it ricochets off the pads, and Cole Harvey, the new batter. 88 for 6. Again, all that conversation that we had about the 30th over changes again now with the fall of another wicket. Single taken, 89 for 6, midway through the 30th. Corney comes back onto strike, 34 from 81. After this over, there's what, 120 deliveries left of this innings, of which Corney's got to think about facing half and going at a similar strike rate. So really she's looking at batting through, taking a 50 and whatever can be snared at the end between her and whatever is left. Oh, wow. Straight through from Grucock, 2 in the over, and how that's changed things massively. The 2 set batters gone in the 30th over, and Grucock strikes a hammer blow here for Sunrisers, 89 for 7.
Well bowled, Kev. You did what I tend to do every time I talk about a player in any positive way, but I think we were quite rightly thinking that the priority for Storm had to be that Emma Corney was still there for as much of the innings as possible, and Jodie Grucock has almost, well, it's gone on with the arm. There's no turn there. She's again misjudged the length, and again, as an opening batter, relatively young in her career, the amount of time that she's batted for, the concentration levels do get challenged, and I think there was another misjudgment there, but nothing away from Jodie Grucock. She's bowled a great delivery there, and another spell that has changed the game.
I mean, everything there about that ball's right from the bowler's perspective. When we were talking about the previous delivery, where it was a total misjudgment done by the flight, that was a beautifully flighted delivery on the perfect length and gets through. I was going to say, is it the flight that she does them, Grucock? You know, it does seem as though it goes up and then really dips down. That was why perhaps in the previous one, as I say, maybe a full bunger was anticipated. For this one, it was a ball on a piece of string, wasn't it? Dipped down on the perfect length, perfect line, and straight through it goes.
Yeah, she gets a lot more top spin than she does side spin as a leg spinner, and I suppose it's nice to call her a leg spinner. She bowls with that action, and she does get a little bit of turn when the pitches are friendly.
$89 for 7. One's coming the 30th, and it's all changed now as Skelton and Harvey come together. Block hole delivery to end the over. That was the one that was backed up to.
Sorry, the amazing thing about Jodie Grucock is that she owns her game. It's so simple, and she has this ability to change a match for you, and yeah, in a very unassuming manner. If people don't spend any time scouting her, they might want to start doing it soon, because she's a talented cricketer who, yeah, is incredibly competitive and goes about her business in a very quiet and unassuming manner, but has definitely over the last year grown into her role at Sunrisers here, and has been in positions where she's won games. I think of the Vipers game at Chelmsford at the beginning of July. I still can't quite work out how, as an opening batter who scored 70 plus and took 4 wickets, she didn't win our fans' vote for player of the match, but I'm pretty sure she just needed to get her family to press vote a few more times, because she got beaten by Amusa and Kumar on debut that day, but it was the only thing she couldn't win that day.
Kate Koppak back on at the pavilion end. And this is a very aggressive move, I'd suggest, by Scrivens. She's thinking wickets here.
Yeah, it's really positive. I love it to go back to your opening bowler with 19.5 or 20 overs at the start of this, still to go, knowing you might need to call upon them later on, but just give her a burst, see how it goes.
Be a wide down the leg side. Well, indeed, pace on at the end is easier to get away, isn't it? So pace now trying to blast through a couple of wickets, even if it doesn't work, pace off at the end is actually very hard to hit.
And I think Kate's role in the team is that opening bowler, and being able to come back in the middle overs at the moment. She's still working on those latter over skills, so it's a perfect time for her to come on and hopefully maybe bag a couple more for herself.
Behind that one, Harvey. the wide, just slides down the leg side. Slides out.
The radar hasn't quite come back for Kopak in this over. They haven't managed to get anything away off the bat, which she'll be very pleased with. And you can see there's still some pace in that wicket, so there's still something for her to work with. Just getting the batters to work for every run here.
Bowled or played or fielded. Good cricket all round as Gray prevents the runs there. Would have been 4. You were mentioning the surface here. It is an uphill run to the middle for Kopak up the hill from the pavilion end. Similarly though, you're running up the hill from the Salters Field end, because there's a mound in the middle of this pitch where from the square the pitch falls away all the way around. Signal again down the leg side. The pitch falls away from the square out to the boundary rope on every angle here, but it is more so that it falls away from the far end. You can see the camera, Greg's up on top there with the umbrella, and where he is, that's a steep climb up to the stumps from there, and then slightly downhill the square, but nonetheless it's uphill at both ends as you run in and square the wicket. It's falling away on both sides as well from the mound that is the middle here at Radlett. 31 bowled, 93 for 7. Not the over Kopak was looking for completely on her return there. 3 wides, but dot balls otherwise. As you say, it's a bold move here from Sunrise and Scriven to try and go after the wickets at this stage. One person that's not going to be removed from the attack is Crew Cock. Huge wickets, the 2 set batters for Storm, who themselves are in real trouble here. I feel if they can get something around 140, you have something to bowl at then, don't you? All of a sudden get a couple of wickets yourself. 140 is a lot of runs to score in any format. Runs have to be scored by somebody. It's 3 for 7. Driven to Griffith at Kuma point. Square leg, no run. Actually a lovely view from here. It's the exact view that we've got watching on from the commentary tent.
Some amazing colours, aren't there?
Players are somewhat silhouettes for us as we look across to Salters Field end. And talk about the drop-off down to the side screen, which Greg is atop with his camera at the moment. There's that boundary that we talked about. It's downhill all the way once it's past that square, or off the square. Just keeps going. It's very difficult once it's off the square here to stop that ball if it's a long way either side of you.
Which is a fact, as the team batting second, who hopefully aren't going to be chasing too many, will really be holding on to, because if you can find a way to get it past the inner ring, you've got a good chance of scoring runs here. It's a great ground to play cricket at, Radlett. It's a big playing area. It's a good wicket. As you say, it's got some slight idiosyncrasies in the raised square, and the big pockets, but it's a fantastic cricket ground.
How much do you factor in the 10:30 starts in September at the county championship, the Duke Ball, and obviously it's considered a great deal by teams will turn up. There's a bit of dew around. Obviously the temperatures this week, it's condensation overnight, but there's not much dew in the morning out on the ground. Soon burns through very quickly. As such, it should be better to bat in the afternoon than at 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah, and we start at 10:30 throughout the year, so in the April-May matches you've got a similar challenge.
This is dragged away down too deep backward square, and it's going to be 4 more. I'm sure Fine Lake had a chance at it, but tough one. 100 up for Storm. Just squeezes through, and again, once it's through the inner ring, it's away. Really picking up here at Cobden Hill, which that mound, this is the square, must be the highest point of the hill, I guess. So the players are silhouettes looking away to Salters Field end, and the rolling hills dipping away into the distance. We can just see the treetops really. Can't see the stumps of the trees. The ground falls away from the hill that we sit on at Radlett. Single Sachem. .33 gone. 103 for 7. How big a difference is it between the April-May 10:30 starts and a September 10:30 start? You know, this time of year you're accustomed to seeing that, you know, that dew from later in the year. It's a different moisture, isn't it, in the September months to that of April and May.
And it can be so weather dependent, can't it? I suppose we've had such a wet summer that you're seeing different pitches to what you might see in September in any other year. You think back to last year, the green shine that we see on the outfield here, we would not have seen in September 2022 as it was so dry.
103 for 7. Start 34th.
So yeah, I think you want to. The positive approach is probably to take the ball and have a dart at the opposition.
Works away fine. Long chase again here. It's not going to make it to the boundary rope, but they will run 3. Carr turning and shying at the non-striker's end. Harvey's through for the 3rd. 33.3 bowls. 106 for 7. That was a tempter for Skelton. You could see her eyes opening up, and again that goes back to that earlier dismissal. Again, that goes back to that Smale dismissal where I think her eyes lit up. Just saw the flight on it and realised the dip that Krukok gets. Not bowled again. Skelton just working Krukok out here. 3 off that over. RV picking up the 3. She's on 9. Skelton 4 from 12. 106 for 7. End of the 34th. So another drinks break here. Welcome to any viewers who may be joining us in the lunch break of some of the county championship matches taking place around the country today. Storm winning the toss and losing early wickets. Griffiths caught Krukok off Gray. Luff won to her name before being bowled by Kopak. Wilson caught Krukok off the bowling of Kropak for 5. Corney indeed was dropped in the first over on nought before she eventually fell for 34 to Krukok just a few moments ago, along with Smale in between Holland and Rhft following Kopak and Villiers. It's been a tough time for Storm out in the middle. Danny Warrens alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the stream commentary here from Radlett, and pretty happy with the performance so far of her side.
We've applied ourselves really well. Like, we're sat here in a relatively sheltered tent. It's nice and warm where we are. It must be even warmer out there, and I suppose the hardest thing after getting early wickets is to keep going and keep backing your plan. I thought that was what Scrivens and Villiers did brilliantly in the middle with the ball. They almost dried it up. We went when Kelly Castle started it, and we went through some overs where we hardly saw any runs scored, and that kind of set the platform for both Krukok to come back in and for the girls to push on now. We kept talking about the difficult dilemma that Corney and Smale had about when to go, when not to go. How do you play the situation? Like, for me, it's almost easier being these two, because you've got a little bit less expectation on you, so you can quietly go about doing your business. You don't have your opening bat twos built that platform of 82 balls, and you're expected to push on, and you're wondering when they're going to do it. So I think that, Western Storm will be looking at the next few overs thinking if we can just frustrate them a little bit more, then we'll be in here, and then we'll start to see pace is going to have to come back on at some point. We've still got some Scrivens overs. We've still got Joe Gardner, who hasn't bowled yet, but is definitely a very handy option for us. We've got Kelly Castle with a bit of pace off, but is a seam option. We've got Neil Gray, who's very skilled at the end of the innings. So I guess it's if we as Sunrisers can stop Eva Gray completing her sets, then we know we've done a good job, because we haven't had to go to her at the back end. And Western Storm will be thinking, frustrate them for a bit longer, keep them searching for that 8th wicket, and you never know what momentum you might be able to get. But probably a really big sort of 5-6 overs here up until the 40th over mark.
Krukok into her 5th over. 2 for 13. My apologies. Looking at the bottom of the screen, it's Villiers back into the attack. So 2 to go for Villiers. Shot for no run, stroked away by Skelton. Oh, gone. Big swing from Skelton. The off spinner strikes. Villiers, a second wicket for her, and 8th for Sunrisers. Storm's chances of building something here starting to fall away.
Over the wicket there, she bowled a few balls at them around, just playing around with her. That turned a long way. That's your dream wicket as an off spinner, isn't it? She's been searching for that. She's bowled she's kept a really good length, she's kept a really tight line, and she's pretty happy with that.
Shades of Takari's against Wesley yesterday at Chelmsford, one that really ripped for the off spinner there, and similarly here for Villiers. Is there a little bit of drift on it? A little bit of dip on it there? And then it ripped off that surface.
Let's be honest, it's the ball that you want to bowl as an off spinner, whether it has drift, turn, dip. It totally fooled her in the flight, through the gate, into hitting Midland on. So it's a very well deserved wicket. Maddie's bowled a fantastic spell, not only starting to really nail that squeeze, but since then to come back on when they were trying to get away, and to keep bowling different variations, different options, changing around to over the wicket.
Next side with that one to Robin's first ball.
She was enjoying herself so much she wanted an extra ball.
And another one. It's having too much fun.
It's going to be the Maddie Villiers show soon, isn't it?
On to come of the over. 2 wides, a single and a wicket. Behind that one, Robbins to defend. That is the end of the over. So another one bites the dust for Storm. 109 for 8. Oh, look at that one go. Turn and bounce.
I guess it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? We're seeing this turn and bounce come in as the wickets got drier. We're going to have to bat on it.
Keep trying to weigh up a position or a strategy in a match situation. Very difficult now for Harvey on 10 from 21. Oh, goes for a very early paddle on that. Tickles it around the corner. They'll take 2. 111 for 8, and Nelson onto the board. The point I was going to make was, for Harvey, she could be stood at the non-strikers end, and all of a sudden in 2 deliveries the innings is over. So you think about batting out your overs, which we've talked about previously. Still 14 to go after this. Flight on that, and a nice use of the feet from Harvey. Gets it away through the covers, and great stop. Villiers. Dive and the throw outstanding in the outfield again. But yeah, there's the answer really. I always think about now batting out the overs. It's very difficult to do when you sit at the non-strikers end thinking this could all be over in 2 deliveries.
Yeah, I think there's a knowledge that there's a decent quality of batter now in the game. So like, we've seen how our 9th and 10th wicket partnerships can get you those valuable runs at the end. So I'm sure she's got some confidence in the other end. Like a stop like that from Maddie has given her a chance to bowl at the new batter. Was probably in her mind as she was sprinting around the outfield is if I stop this then I get the new batter, give myself a chance to grab another one.
Turn and bounce again for Villiers. Leg by signals. Straight to the mid-off and mid-on. Gray and Castle give chase. Castle retrieves, they've taken a couple. Harvey's leaving us in no doubt here. She's going to try and find runs quickly. Looking for a cameo to try and take Storm somewhere towards 140 maybe.
She's a very experienced cricketer, and that's what you actually want coming in at this stage, is someone who has played a number of innings in a number of situations.
Goes to the paddle again. Works it away fine. Down to the Salters field end. They've taken a couple more. Nicely, but not piercing the offside. 118 for 8, end of the 37th.
And the end of Maddie Villiers' spell, 10 overs, 2 for 31. Played 2 very different roles really. She played the defender, the player that dried up the run rates in the middle when she first came on in partnership with Kelly Castle and then Grace Scrivens, and then probably try and be a bit more attacking, a bit more creative to make something happen to go back on this end. So a really, really good spell from Maddie Villiers, and just what the team needed.
There we go. Plenty of overs, plenty of options for Scrivens here. Her first game as captain, helped by those early wickets, makes life a little bit easier as the captain. Surin Kumar into the attack. First time into the attack today. The spin options through the middle of the innings, slowing things down. Loose and drag down, umpire long, putting out the arms. Oh, through to the gloves. Can't standing up. Wide as well. Standing up, doing a good job there.
Right team. What? How's the dream team?
Fucking alright. Who are you
Shoot from
actually
him.
who you come from what?
Three from each team. Like on our main list. Chloe Skelton, Storm, Swing Snail,
Amu should have been starting a new school today, and we've
Jodie
taken her away from her
Woodcock.
first day at a new
Maddie
school
Villiers.
to do her A-levels at. She's been dragged away to play some cricket, so as she said earlier, I've got a bit of catching up to do when I go in tomorrow.
Just heard you belch really merciful.
Single down to deep third, 1-2-1 for 8.
Perhaps you were having your
Cut hard, gets through, and 4 runs, and on to come the over, 1-2-5 for 8. Single 20 over, cover set back, 1-2-6 for 8. Hit up in the air. Oh, just fine. Just short. Castle coming around at mid-on.
Ray Scrivens brings herself back into the attack again. Harvey trying to get the ball away. Probably that slight little bit less pace than she had the previous over. Definitely less pace.
Short, just worked away into the onside, only a single. Robbins 2 from 10. Just trying to go after the length there, but picking out mid-wicket. 24 from 32, Harvey. To some extent, she's got to try and pick her bowler as well. She has to be careful of Scrivens. Number 14 off 7 from Scrivens. Incredible economy. On 28 for 8 with 11 to go here. 1 over left to power play 2.
Harvey's playing a brilliant innings here for Storm. Take out not only the run she scored, but the momentum she's given the players at the other end to have a go at it. Robbins hasn't got too many away, but she doesn't really look too troubled at the moment, so it's going to be a challenge for us to really put the pressure back on.
Onto the pads. Forgive me, I've just come out of a month of Metrobank One Day Cup. Old habits die hard, of course. It's one power play. Rachael Heyhoe, and then the same from overs 10 through to 50, not that change between overs 40 and 50. Right up there, inside edge of the bat, squirts away for a single for Robbins.
Look, we're lucky that we're not trying to bowl 5 ball overs still, so there's so many formats, there's so many rule changes that, yeah, we complicate things, don't we, for ourselves.
Did do the junior finals day at Lords, the under 15s finals for the boys and girls on Saturday at Lords. It's a good stop by a car down the leg side. It'll be signalled wide. I did hear the one of the skippers in the final, 20 over final it was, referring to an over as a set. There was a gasp around Lords as that ricocheted around the ground.
Definitely tell that there's an under 15 final, because I think anyone over the age of 15 probably felt me to call them a set, that let alone the other way round. But yeah, I suppose you can be forgiven in August when you see a lot of 100-ball cricket on your TV, and that's a great thing, especially if these young girls are watching. Some of the girls that are out here on the field here showing us exactly what they can do.
Srin Kumar only just out of the age range for that final.
I know, it's scary, isn't it? I went to watch a academy second team game at Oundle School beginning of August, and I went up and they said, have you ever been to Oundle School? I said, yeah, I played county championships up here a few years ago, and I then looked up when it was. So ECB's Women's County Championship had a year across Effingham and Oakham School, and that was in 2006. Then Amu looked at me and went, that was the year I was born. So that quickly shut me up. My age is showing because I can't remember which school I went to, but it started with an O and it was big and pretty, so I'll forgive myself for that. But yeah, an exciting young talent. She bowled a better line there. Probably gave a bit too much width in her first over. Still, she was trying to do target the stumps a bit more, one straight down leg, but definitely made it a lot harder for the batter to get their hands through it. So she'll be pleased with her comeback after that first over.
Ten overs to go. Down the ground and gone. Harvey's cameo finishes 25 from 37. Gray with a catch. Scrivens has her first wicket, the captain. 131 for 9. And delight for the skipper. It's been a good day so far for her. Very close to finishing off this Western Storm innings.
Well judged by Eva Gray. I think she called Kelly Castle off early and said she was going to make it, so got across, made up quite a lot of ground actually to make that look like a really simple catch, as they all do these days. It looks so easy when they're out there. Watched it all the way in. I think Grace Scrivens deserved that. She's bowled very economically. She's put a lot of pressure on the batters with the ball, and yeah, nothing better than picking up a wicket in your first game as captain to feel like you're contributing everything to the team that you can. So she has 3 balls now to pick up the last one, and then she can walk off a very happy captain.
Wicket maiden from Scrivens, 1 for 14 from 8, outstanding from her. 9 to go this innings. Robbins on 3 from 15, and again, the opportunity to hit the ball, take it, will be the call, you'd imagine, as Grewcock will bowl from the Slaughterfield end. So that'll be a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, moving back to taking the pace off the ball and calling upon the leg spinner Jodie Grewcock to hopefully finish the innings off here. The pace is always slightly easier to hit as it comes onto the batters, a lower order batter, so don't give them anything, make them do all the work.
What a start. Perfect from Grewcock, exactly where she want to leave that ball. It gets through, a little bit of width. Robbins puts it away, her first boundary. Little uppish, driven square, no run. No run, there was the thought. Good flight to end the over. 42 done, 135 for 9. Just the boundary off it for Robbins. Lane on to strike. Gets through. Won't make it all the way. They'll get a couple to get Lane off the mark. They're thinking 3, but they'll settle on 2. Played up in the air. Dropped short. Villiers. Robbins with a single to end the over. So keeps the strike. 7 to go. 139 for 9. Robbins 8, lane 3. And Western Storm well short of what they'd have hoped for here. However, 140 was something that we discussed earlier, Danny, is it's something on the board, isn't it, to bowl at, even that Western Storm do come out to the fields.
Yeah, you look where they were at the halfway mark. It was probably a target in their mind, and then that would have changed quite quickly when Jodie Grewcock took 2 quick wickets to get rid of the set batter. So I think it's certainly game on, whatever happens here.
Lovely flight from Grewcock. They got that boundary away off one of those in the last over where she just dragged it wide and they met it on the full. Robbins maybe boundary so far. Similar that one. Swept up by Villiers. Out in the shade of the tree. She's quite happy out there at the moment, Villiers, isn't she? Shaded under all those large trees to our right. If you're a Radlett club cricketer, you'd make sure you were a gun outfielder, wouldn't you, to make sure that you always had the shade of those trees through the summer.
You definitely would. It's a big outfield.
It's beautifully flighted. Outside edge of the bat, trickles away. We stayed on that one, Lane. Leg side from Grewcock. For 11, looking to heave it away into the onside. Work for Villiers to do. Take a couple to end the over. 142 for 9. I mean, this is something of a recovery from Storm, isn't it, from the position they were in earlier in the innings. Certainly a double-digit finish could have been on the cards in this innings, but up towards that 150 mark now.
I said it earlier, it's the beauty of the 50-over format, isn't it? You get those peaks and troughs in it for both teams, and you so often see teams lose a number of early wickets in the power play and then manage to build a platform to recover in the middle. So you're certainly never out of the game as long as you have a plan.
18 for 4 in the 14th over, it could have been real trouble. 88 for 6. Smale fell in the 30th. Harvey's cameo at the end has topped it up though from 107 for 8 in the 35th to 131 for 9 when Harvey fell. What can this final pairing, 10 and 11, do?
You've just got to be patient right now. They're batted 10 and 11 for a reason, and you want to, if you give them anything, they'll take it. But if you make it very, very difficult, eventually it'll come.
Again to the offside by Robbins. 9 from 30 deliveries, which, as you can see the figure below, has been the run rate really of the innings. Five done, just a single off the over. Scrivens 1 for 19 from 10. Skipper should be very, very happy with everything so far today.
And another very, very good set of 10 completed there. The spin twins in the middle of Villiers and Scrivens really put the brakes on scoring rate, and both of them got some just rewards at the end with a wicket or two, but it's now down to, I imagine we might see Eva Gray coming back on at some point soon to complement Jodie Grucock.
In the air, and that's the end of it. 143 all out. Robbins hits it straight to Scrivens at cover. Grucock with another wicket. 45.1 overs the Western Storm innings lasted. Danny Warren, a final thought before we go and take a well-deserved break as well. Thank you for your help in the first innings, having lost the toss this morning. Although Sunrisers may well have bowled anyway, really couldn't have asked for much more than 143 all out.
No, it was, yeah, you can't fault them in the field. There were obviously a couple of chances, very sharp chances early on behind the stumps, and I think one catch went down at mid-wicket, which was hit with a lot of power to Jodie Grucock, but she personally did more than make up for that with a brilliant spell of 3 for 24 off her 7.1 overs. I think the key probably here is we've seen at the top, when the ball is new, there's pace and movement in the pitch, so the seamers are going to be dangerous at the top, and then Grace Scrivens worked out quite quickly with a couple of little seam cameos that actually it's taking the pace off and it's going to your spinners, so that they'll be sitting in the change room knowing the dangers that Western Storm bring from their bowling attack, and knowing that, let's be honest, you have to apply yourself very well to bat sensible, build your partnerships, and hopefully get yourself somewhere close to that 143.
Danny Warren, thanks very much. Appreciate your time. We've got a less than 30-minute break here, as you see. Play to resume 142. We'll be back just before that with the stream, and 144 is the target to chase.
got quite a big area underneath it.
Oh yeah.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Radlett. Scrivens and Douse out to open, a target of 144 for Sunrisers to win. Robbins to open the bowling from Pavilion End. So Scrivens and Douse up as openers. Good performance with the ball, 143 all out. Excellent from the hosts. What can they do with the bat? Top bowled, a little bit of shape back in again. We're watching for that. After the early movement, Danny Warren's alongside myself, Kevin Hand. There was plenty of early movement out there this morning for for Sunrisers at 10:30. I was just watching them through lunchtime viewing.
Kev, you're forgiven. You've been watching Middlesex for the last day, haven't you? You've been catching up on how they're going at the moment, and you're due back there tomorrow. So that one slip of the tongue is forgiven.
I'm rather hoping I'll be due back there this evening if Sunrisers go well here. First runs and a boundary for Scrivens.
Not just the pitch that has a bit of pace. That bounced over the top of the head of I think Sophia Snail there in the middle, who's not the shortest person on the field. So yeah, plenty of pace into the pitch as that bounced over the top. But yeah, good to get one away in the first over, isn't it? When you're out there as an opening bat, you want to see it trickle to the boundary early on.
Yeah, it was lunchtime viewing, watching the events at Chelmsford. End of the innings here, timed perfectly for the resumption after lunch there.
I'll put another plug in to say the Sunrisers are at Chelmsford on Sunday for our final home game of the season as we take on Central Sparks. At least I think it's Central Sparks. They've all come thick and fast now.
How can it be final home game of the season already?
it feels, and I suppose this is how our competition always feels, and less so for the guys because they have the one-day cup during the 100 period, but it feels very blocky, the season. July was so truncated by rain that you almost felt like you missed that part of the season. We played 2.5 out of the 5 games that we were scheduled to play, which 50% I suppose is a nice number, but you kind of expect to play more than 50% of your scheduled matches in any given month. But therefore the resumption of the competition now is probably, it's been long in the waiting.
It's the biggest danger with scheduling, is to put things into blocks and then all of a sudden you have a bad month, which happens so often. You see it so many years. There's always a month that gets hit if you've just got one format in that month.
Debutant Ariana Dowse has been promoted from the scorecard from 4 to open, facing her first ball for Sunrisers.
Nice bit of shape on that from the bowler. It was really a lovely little bit of movement from Lane, immediately onto the spot, right where she'd have wanted it to be. Just straightened through the air before pitching. Ball to get first up, very good shot. Second up, her first runs. Won't be 4 of them on this occasion, but they're back for a couple.
Gemma Lane over on loan from, been picked up for the last part of the season from Vipers for Western Storm. So assumedly, I'm making an assumption here, Dowse and Lane know each other relatively well, having played a bit of cricket coming through the Vipers Academy.
Short works away fine. And works away for another boundary. Dowse's first boundary. She's on to 6, Sunrisers on to 10.
Again, it's like that you want to see one trickle over the boundary. She rode that really nicely. It was out at her hip and she just let it come to her. So any first ball of a game is difficult. First ball of a game for a new team that you've just been given an opportunity for is always going to be a challenge. And I suppose with Cordelia Griffith picking up an injury in the first innings, that for now sees her sitting on the bench. The luxury of having a ready-made opening replacement at number 4 in Dowse has been fantastic.
Right up there, toe into the bat from Dowse. Just managed to top it up a little bit at the end of the innings. They've been in real trouble. The loss of 4 early wickets. Good shot, picks out the fielder though. Nearly pierced that offside field again, Dowse.
The one thing you know you've got to work hard for in a game against Storm is runs in the field. They're a fantastic fielding unit, so when you can beat that infield, we said earlier, there's runs on offer, but beating them is half the problem.
Right up there again. Played by Dowse, watchfully eased into the offside. End of the second over, 10 without loss. Sunrisers, Lane going for 6 off her first over. Yeah, 18 for 4. Having won the toss, Western Storm early this morning. At the end of the 7th over, 18 for 4. And 89 for 7, that's probably one of the other bite points, 107 for 8. How much those last 2 wickets, 36 runs. How much of a recovery that will be. Harvey, Robbins, and Lane.
Big part of the battle for both of these teams walking out for the second innings is to kind of put that to bed. And from a Sunrisers perspective, you can't walk out there knowing that the pitch has what it has in it, that you were able to make the most of. Like whether it's changed in the intervening time. There's been a lot of sunshine to bake that pitch, so it might not be the same, but you can't be walking out there thinking how successful you were with the opening ball. From a Western Storm perspective, they need to be walking out there with a game plan and knowing that they've got something, as you said in the first innings, to bowl at. But it might not be as much as they wanted, but knowing that if they do their skills well, they're in with a chance.
Skipper picked up a wicket. Great economy. Just below 2 and over from her 10 overs. Now out there with the bat. 4 from 9 deliveries. She'd love to lead the way with the bat right now, wouldn't she?
I think every all-rounder wants to be in the game for as long as they can. That's probably part of their psyche, isn't it? That they don't want to shy away from a challenge, and that she's definitely that kind of person. That she jumped at the opportunity to take on the captaincy and to lead this group of players. From a Sunrisers perspective, if we can see the Grace Scrivens that we saw at the start of the season with the bat and with the ball, then we're going to be in a really great position.
Just did that classic Ian Ward that he did on commentary once. I went to talk into the cup of tea rather than the mic. How's that? Is the cry? Is that ball? It's away down the leg side. Just took a little bit of pad on the way through, clearly, because the umpire did not signal wide. End of the third, 10 without loss. One for 19 off her 10 overs for Scrivens.
The sun goes to everyone's head in the end, doesn't it, Kev?
Well, I did try to drink the mic once, yes. That was at Lord's, so less of an excuse in the air-conditioned box there. I think it was Michael Atherton who was on mic with Ian Ward at that one. They royally stitched him up by getting the replay of Commerce Cam of him trying to talk into his tea. Ten for 2 at the start of the fourth here. Be no rush, Sunrisers. Put away the bad ball if it's there to be hit. But we've seen what's possible this morning with the new balls here. Width there for Dowse to go out. Inside edge though. She'll get at least a couple. I'll think about the third, but settle on 2. See what there was through the air on that one. Just the width. Just seeing if there was any wobble on it at all. We saw quite a few nipping back in from Gray in particular, didn't we? Nipping back in through the air and then going on off the surface.
Probably done slightly by the lack of bounce there, which is not something we've said today, is it? That we've seen a really good cricket pitch. There's a snuck one there. You can tell it's the post-lunch lull, can't you? We've missed a buzzer.
there and onto the pads. Scrivens patiently waiting on it, not closing that face too quickly, just guiding it. Single taken. Quick look at the scores elsewhere. Between innings, Central Sparks versus Blaze, 49.5 overs bowled and all out for 189. Sparks having won the toss at Birmingham. Top scorer 53 from Ellis, 50 from George. Nobody else past 20, apart from extras who managed 29. So the Vipers 261 for 8 off their 50 overs at Northern Diamonds. 82 Adams, 39 Windsor, 47 McCorn at the top, 22 Elwis fell away a bit thereafter. But then that was the charge in the final 10 overs. They were 207 for 3, then 207 for 4 last ball of the 42nd for a mini collapse. And South East Stars all out for 145. Thunder are 55 for 1 in reply. In the 12th over, Smale caught Cranstone off the bowling of Schofield for 8. Lamb 30 not out, Tatani 12 not out. Scrivens works a single. Start the new over, moves to 6. 15 without loss here. Starts for Stars, Stonehouse 12, 21 Davidson Richards, Cranstone 23, Schofield 38, Hill 13, McDonald Gay 11, but nobody going on. 4 for Bell, 3 for Morris. Thunder. England New Zealand's come at Trent Bridge later today in the men's T20 International. 6 o'clock. Division 1 of the County Championship, Surrey won by an innings of 97 runs against Warwickshire. At the Oval earlier today, Northampton 43 without loss, trailing Lancashire by 249 runs in their second innings. Sunrisers stakeholders. Jo Gardner will have an eye out in particular on that one.
She definitely will. She definitely will. She's an avid Northants fan. We've got a few girls that have come through the Northants system. Jodie Brucott, the star of the show with the ball today, which has been probably being very, very cruel to a couple of the other girls that bowled fantastically, but she snared the threefer. And of course tomorrow we've got the conclusion of surprise conclusion of a 3-match T20 International Series with England and Sri Lanka that is currently in the balance, which probably absolutely nobody saw before Saturday, where it was predicted that England will wrap it up and make a nice easy job of it. So that'll be happening tomorrow.
6 o'clock start at Derby for that one. Lovely from Dowse into double figures and with a boundary. It's 13, 19 without loss.
Probably said it slightly tongue-in-cheek there around the England game, but it's fantastic to see so many players that performed at domestic level getting an opportunity. Maya Boucher obviously has been around the team for a bit, but her domestic form and her 100 form has given her that opportunity. To see Danny Gibson from Western Storm, who they're missing today, Lauren Filer, who they're missing today, to have been rewarded for their domestic form. I think it's how this system should work.
Low full toss, gets away with it. Clip to deep back on square leg. End of the over. 20 on the board after 5. Well, run rates immediately to 4. Required is below 3. It's the wickets column that will win it for Storm if they can start to find a way through. Scrivens and Dowse will know that. Keep wickets in hand and Sunrisers win this game. Hampshire 240 for 2 in Division 1 of the County Championship. They lead Somerset by 411 runs. Gubbins, the bane of Somerset in his Middlesex days, on 97. Leg side, missed out. Douse there, but gets a leg by. Vince with 59, Middleton 52 opening up, Albert 31 at the top as well. He's drifting down. And Middlesex in one of the Sunrisers derbies. Essex all out for 304, Middlesex 132 for 6. 39 Higgins, Holman 18. Let's check that one. Scrivens was in position early. We talked about the pace on this surface. Sometimes that ball's stopping a little.
It's easy to get ahead of yourself, isn't it, when you have been given a couple of balls to get your hands through them. Respecting those straight ones and the ones that you need to respect is really important skill for the opening batters, because these bowlers are more talented. They'll bowl good balls. You've just got to make sure you're ready for it.
Lovely shot down the grounds, right up there. Scrivens brings the bat down beautifully on it. 4 runs all the way down the grounds. 25 without loss.
See just how still she was there, right under the eyes, and came out almost exactly where it came from. She'll be, I'm sure, pretty chuffed with that one as it came off the middle of the bat and flew away past the bowler and the straight goodness.
Squiggly behind that. Scrivens 10 from 18 into double figures with that boundary, catching up Douse. Solid start from this pair. That's way off the hip. Single for Scrivens onto 11. End of the 6th, 37 without loss. Douse to have strike. Bye for Scrivens at the end of the over. Oh, that's short and hooked away down to deep backward square. Just a single over the top of it. Douse in control. Sliding stop holds them to a single. Glorious from Douse again. 19 from 19. What a start.
And you don't have to overhit that, do you? You just wait for it to come to you, lean in. Lovely head position, and that flies away past extra cover. Down the hill towards the railway track.
.33 without loss, midway through the 7th. Going onto the pads, looks like it's drifting down that one. Oh no, given! 33 for 1. It's the end of Douse. They really held that peel for a very, very long time, Robbins. Storm are convinced. We'll have to have a look again. It felt as though 2 issues. It looked a little leg side, but whether it was straightening.
You stepped across the stumps ever so slightly. I guess you're in danger when you do that and you don't show the full face. So probably the one thing she went away from there, which she'd done so well up until this point, was trying to hit the ball back down the ground and where it had come from. Which such a shame. The partnership was just starting to really take off and set a nice platform, but it brings Jodie Grucock to the crease. 2 left-handers now in the middle.
One thing from that angle from behind, it looked as though it straightened through the air on her, and as you say, step across, perhaps was thinking about that leg side out of the hand, then it straightened, and the umpire's opinion going on to hit leg. 33 for 1. So Grucock start with the ball. What can she do with the bat? Oh, thinking about the single. And they're through. Well, they're through because she's missed it. She's missed the stumps. I did think it looked tight there. Let's have a look again. There's the push into the offside. Yes, no, yes, no. Eventually Grucock goes. A lot of stumbling. Let's have a look. Oh, I think she was short. Well, they get away with that one. Robbins misses the stumps. Grucock survives. She has 1 from 2. Scrivens has 12 from 20, and Douse gone in the over after a good start, gone for 19. 34 for 1. It was the last ball of the 7th over when Storm lost their 4th wicket. They were 18 for 4 at this stage when Holland departed. Big difference in the scores at this point, but still a lot of runs to score. 110 more required.
And they're turning to spin pretty early now, bringing Sophia Smale on to, I guess, capitalise on what we saw in the first innings, being a harder style of bowling to bat against, isn't it? There's the less pace you have, the more work you have to do. So it'll be probably an important part of the game here. New partnership to build, two batters that will be determined to do so.
On the spot straight away, Smell. Rubs the dirt to dry her hand. There'll be a bit of perspiration out there, won't there? Oh, that one skids through.
It's it's warm enough just walking back to the clubhouse from here, so the girls are doing a right shift out there for a September match.
A little bit of a delay. So the field's worked out by Storm.
Quite a clever tactic, I think. Take a little bit of pace out of the game. Try and you've got off to a start where the opposition will feel they might be on top. So actually, use that. You're probably not going to need to worry about cut-off times with a target such as this. So, yeah, smart by Sophie Loft.
Lovely shot. Gricott gets it away. Got a couple here.
It's a strange ground, isn't it? Despite the huge boundaries, you very rarely get threes.
Pulled away. Just a single. 37 for 1. I guess it's because, I was just thinking over what you said, I guess it's because of the mound in the middle. If it gets that close to the rope, it's gone. Because basically once it's off the square, it's gone, isn't it, here? Because everything's downhill, so if you've... It's rare you're going to push it right, unless it's a very damp outfield, it's rare you're going to push it to that boundary edge and run 3. But yeah, good point. I've never considered that one before, but I guess it must be the fall away all the way around the square.
And it's probably more unique to the women's game, I guess, with the differences between that and the guys when they play here. But I think there was 1-3. That might have been one that got worked backwards, deep backwards square with Harvey earlier on. They came back for a third, but it's probably the only one that I can recall in the game. And actually, you see long chases, but once the ball's in hand, you don't feel like you can turn and run on the throw.
Bowled again. 3 off her first over from Smale. 37 for 1. 2 to come at the power play. Scrivens 12. Grewcock 4. Sunrisers certainly the happier of the two sides at this stage, but plenty of cricket still to come. Plenty of runs still required.
There was a definite tactic there to slow the game down. I felt like there was a few conversations between balls, between captain and bowler. Try and I guess knock a little bit of rhythm out to the Sunrisers batters, which is a clever way of going about it. So Loft's played a lot of cricket and she'll know how to manage these situations. So it's it's definitely a game of patience now. Keep your head in the game, play the ball as it comes to you.
Into the gloves. Grewcock just looking to ride the bounce, guided away.
The inner voice in Jodie's head then said, play straight, don't take a nibble at a wide one. She did exactly that.
Punched away but not piercing the offside field. 7 for 1 in the 9th. Wide signals, felt a little harsh at first glance. Got across Grewcock, but consistent. End of the over, that just dies on its way through. Would have been a maiden, but for the wides. 38 for 1 after 9.
First wide of the innings, I think. Couple of leg byes. Other than that, the storm has been very tight. It's been a good opening
Can't be any
spell.
worse.
We did a fielding
Boulder.
batter versus runners
There's
versus
one
field.
maiden in there, this one
Yeah.
doing that column, but yeah, she's got very well.
And 6 more runs required here for Sunrisers. Is the last over of the power play. Floats that one past the edge of Scrivens. Good from Smale. Eight for 1. Dot balls, 4 of them racked up to begin the final over of the power play. Shouldn't bother Scrivens at this stage. Although, use of the feet and goes straight to mid-off. Harvey with the catch. 38 for 2. And Scrivens goes for 12. Just looking to cash in one more time before the end of the power play. Couldn't clear the field and Smale strikes.
As we've said a few times today, trying to score off the spinners has been quite difficult today. If they're bowled in good areas, then it's difficult to score off. Like Rach tried to do something there, tried to be positive, had nothing to work with, and fell foul of probably exactly what Sophia Smale was hoping she might do. So a tricky period here coming up for Sunrisers. Amara Carr again promoted up the order after Griffith got injured. So these two need to probably just see it through a little bit, rebuild the platform. So the target isn't huge, but when pressure gets put on, it's amazing what can happen.
Well, that's the thing about the chase, isn't it? Obviously Storm would have known batting first this morning at 10:30. They were opening themselves up to a tough start, and a sticky start it was. 18 for 4, recovering to 143. It's a tough grind to get there though, Storm. Sunrisers settle into a partnership here. That was the one thing that, just as a partnership started to get going for Storm, it fell away on 2 occasions. Easy game from up here, isn't it? I said that, not from down here. ground level for this one, but easy game from the sidelines. You're out in the middle. You feel 4 dot balls in a power play over.
Yeah, you do, and that comes after another over where it was only 1 wide and the rest were dot balls. So it does add up, doesn't it? We talked about it earlier, and it's a lot about what happens in the sort of top few inches of your body, doesn't it? Then how clear your plans are, how clear your thoughts are. Like they'll know they have a lot of time. They don't have to do anything spectacular, but again, you want to move the game forward, and that's obviously what Scrivens was trying to do there.
Ooh, good leave by Carr. A lot of flight. Last ball of the power play. A wicket made in the 10th. Very well bowled, Smale. 1 for 3 off 2, 38 for 2, and Scrivens gone for 12. So Grucock and Carr coming together. Cordelia Griffiths, the injury preventing her coming in so far. Maddie Villiers, Joe Gardner, and Surun Kumar. And as we've seen all the way down, Eva Gray and Kelly Castle and Kate Kopic at the ends, the batting goes all the way for Sunrisers.
And these two won't be planning on letting anyone else do it, will they? I think the nice thing now, you've got a right hand and left hand partnership, so if you do nothing else but try and milk the variation that the bowlers have to manage, looks very much like we've got another change of bowling. I can't see from here who it is, but
Skelton it is. Slip in place behind the left-handed Grucock.
and if I was a betting person, you're probably not going to see much seam for the rest of today.
Just a contrast to where Storm got in their innings when we were saying actually trying to blast out the wickets at the moment. They're trying not to lose wickets. They're not going to take many risks. Get that pace on in the middle of the innings. Try and get through them. Pace off at the end won't worry Sunrisers. It never got to that point, of course. As Western Storm were bowled out, but absolutely that right now. Pace off. Say to Sunrisers, where you're going to find these 106 more runs required.
Again, the game's just being slowed down by Western Storm here. Long conversations. They're not worried about cut-off times. They're playing a bit of a game here.
A lot of flight on that. Looped right up. It's a car right under her nose, that one.
Yeah, they're slowing the game down, they're slowing the bowling down. It's a challenge for the Sunrisers.
Looking for a couple here. Let's get Carr off the mark. 41 for 2. Short, pulls to the onside, fielded at square leg, no run.
3 from the over is all you need, so yeah, keep ticking it along. No risk cricket. Probably not a game for someone who's only a fan of the 100 to be watching right now.
Check on one of the Sunriser derbies, Middlesex 100 and 43 for 8 now. Roland Jones and DeCaries together. Middlesex needing, what, another 12 runs to avoid the follow-on. Oh, now played around that a little, Grucock. The angle, left arm over to the left-hander.
DeCaries took 8 wickets, didn't he?
Indeed. Off-spinning revelation this season, Josh DeCaries. A Radlett boy. He's going to be the hero for Sunrisers at Radlett. 41 for 2 in the 12th. Late by Grucock, looking to guide it fine of the short third. Again, taking that step across. Left arm spinner, turning it into the left-hander, so Grucock feeling safe enough with the angles. Dabs and good fielding, but not out. 12 done, one more to the total, 42 for 2.
I wanted to say it was downhill, and that's probably what saved her, but we've realised it's flat on top, and there's this. The hill is deceptive from our end, but like, that's what Amara Kara is good at. She'll try and find those little opportunities. She's quick between the wickets and went early. Plus, they say the best place to be when you're batting in a tough situation is at the non-striker's end, so there's probably a selfish motive behind it as well.
It's punched away. And there it goes for a boundary. Grucock moves to double figures, 46 for 2.
That's one you have to wait for. When they bowl a good ball, respect it, and she just waited for it to drop a tiny bit too short, too wide. She sliced it away through the gap there.
Now, left arm over to the left-hander. Finger spinner taking it in to the left-hander from off to leg. They look disappointed, Western Storm.
It looked like they were discussing whether they were taking the review. I thought there was a new rule going on here.
Seven for 2. Yeah, finger spinner around the wicket to the left-hander. I know, speaking to left-handers over the years, they feel that at that angle the ball's got to do an awful lot to straighten. She comes back over the wicket now, the off-spinner. Run away for a single by Carr, moves to 3. Just nudge and nurdle a partnership to get going here, then it's not the biggest total. The pressure will just alleviate a little. leg side. Swept fine. That brings up the 50 for Sunrisers. 52 for 2. The end of the 13th.
Grewcock definitely released a bit of pressure in that over. Cleverly managed by Carr, being able to get Grewcock back on strike quickly. The left-hand, right-hand partnership, as we said, can make it really difficult for bowlers, especially bowlers that want to change which side they bowl at. If they're going to come round or over it. It does make life a little bit harder for them. I suppose that's the challenge here for this partnership. Whether it's just those clever singles and waiting for the bad ballers, just don't let the bowlers settle into a rhythm. As I say, 10 from that over, release some pressure, and they can now reset, start again, and see how this one goes.
Smell left arm around to the right-handed Carr. Try and straighten it to hit that leg stump. .92 to win. Sweet little pick up there from Carr, wide of mid-arm. Our first boundary, 56 for 2.
Gave herself license to free her arms there, didn't she? That was on leg stump, missing leg stump, and she just opened her front leg up and played it over the wicket. It's a very positive shot. Read the situation well.
Beautifully bowled, defended by Carr. Good position over the top of it. The ball come on.
Why is it that when you watch the ball on the monitor here or on the outfield trickle towards the boundary, it's so slow?
Had to reach for that one a little, but gets it away fine at the backward point. And, well, here's the perfect example for you. Could we have a 3?
And I was going to follow it up with, yet when I'm chasing after it, it rockets itself towards the boundary. I think the backward point might have got a little finger on that, but yes, we have got a 3.
Exactly that. It's the only chance for 3, really, isn't it? Did well not to scoop that up to backward point there.
Well, that's actually how they lost a couple of their early wickets, wasn't it? Like a little bit of width.
Side 59 for 2, end of the 14th.
Again, another good over, 7 from it, and from the back of a spell of 6 overs where it had been really difficult to get a run, the pressure had built and a couple of wickets had fallen. We've now had 17 off the last 2, which will be certainly be a relief for the 2 batters out there, but really just a platform for what they want to build from here. Again, the game's going to go at a slow rate. It's for them to be patient and play their game. There's lots of conversations going on between captain and bowler here.
Off the stumps, but no buzzers on that one. Stroke to point. It's there somewhere. single. There you go, the run rate 4.1, required 2.3. To nudge it one way, then nurdle it the other. Top ball, a couple of them to finish the over. 61 for 2 after 15. Scores elsewhere. Blazer 16 without loss in the third as they chase 190 to beat Central Sparks. Liam Beaumont opening. Northern Diamonds 14 without loss, 16 without loss now after 4, chasing 262 to beat Southern Vipers. Winfield Hill, Callis opening. And Southeast Stars all out for 145. Thunder 104 for 3 after 20. In reply, 50 for Lamb. Morris and Threlkeld together now. County Championship, Middlesex have avoided the follow-on at Chelmsford, 159 for 8, trailing Essex by 141 now. Higgins top scoring with 44, he's gone to Carey's 14, Roland Jones on 10.
I might have to get you a t-shirt that says Higgins top scoring.
Yeah.
Because how many times have you had to say that this year, Kev?
Well, leading wicket taker and leading run scorer when they went to Edgbaston for Middlesex in the Championship. Bambi's 9 for overtook. Slight pause for Luff and Smale.
As we said, it is a obviously deliberate ploy to take as much out of the game and have Mara Carr sit on her back for as long as she possibly can. Don't know if the new 100 rule where there's a timer is going to come in at some point, but look, it's smart cricket. You have to use everything you've got in a situation like this as a defending captain, so she's being very clever with what she's got to manoeuvre here.
Short, worked away by Carr, just the single. End of the over, just the 2 off it. 1 for 13 off 5 for Smale. 63 for 2 after 16 Sunrisers. 144 the target, so 81 more to win. Nudging towards the halfway point in the chase. It's relatively simple to put it from here. It's a partnership. The partnership will win this for Sunrisers, but if they can't do it, partnership, then it's going to be difficult to do it in bits and pieces. You can see the scoring rate is tough.
Yeah, and one of the questions that we talked about in the first innings about how long you kept Villiers on for is probably going to go through Sophie Loft's mind soon, is how long do you keep Smale on for?
Lots of fly and use the feet from Carr trying to turn it into a full toss, but meeting it at the pitch. Just be careful not to get herself in trouble. Pulled away. That alleviates a bit more pressure. Carr's on 16. .17 done here, so drinks break, 67 for 2.
Yeah, drinks break here. I think it's a 29-run partnership for the third wicket so far, which again is another great platform, isn't it? We had that platform at the start with Dowse and Scrivens as they put on 33. So now it's another period where keep your concentration, keep doing what you're doing. They've worked out that you wait for the bad ball, you milk the others. But as you said earlier, it's much easier sat in this seat than it is out there to do it under a lot of pressure. I guess one of the questions that are going to be asked going through Sophie Loft's mind as Western Storm captain is, how do I juggle my pack of bowlers? Got Nicole Harvey as another spin option in the team. How do I make sure that I keep it fresh?
.67 for 2 here. Let's have a look elsewhere. Blaze 34 without loss after 4, chasing 190 to beat Central Sparks. Northern Diamonds 23 without loss after 5, chasing 262 to beat Southern Vipers. And Thunder very nearly there, 118 for 3 in the 22nd, needing 146 to beat South East Stars in the county championship. Hampshire 291 for 3 against Somerset, so Gubbins does have yet another century against Somerset. They lead Somerset by 462 runs. 81 for 2 Northamptonshire, trailing Lancashire by 211 at Wantage Road. Surrey beats Warwickshire by an innings and 97 runs, and Middlesex are 168 for 9 at Roland Jones. Cork Critchley bowls Harmer, he's taken a wicket. Carey's not out on 18. Bamba to join him. Middlesex still trailing by 136 at Chelmsford, but avoiding the follow-on crucially. Sussex 92 for 4. They trailed Durham by 147 runs at Chesterley Street. Durham 505 for 9 declared, running second. Play restarts with Smale to Grucock. Leicestershire won by 8 wickets. Chasing down, oh, done well there, goodness me. Hill and Ackerman. Hill 62, Ackerman 93, not out. Strike rates in the 60s for the pair of them, who both went well in chases against Middlesex in recent years. Glamorgan 154 for 7. They require another 106 to beat Worcestershire at New Road. And Yorkshire 477 for 7. They lead Derbyshire by 527 runs in their second innings. Oh, that's a good stop. Just a single. It's an outstanding stop. Brilliant bit of fielding. In the deep. A reminder that England take on New Zealand at Trent Bridge at 6. Flight from Smale eased into the offside to end the over, just a single. 1 for 14 off 6 for Smale. Carr 16, Grucock 18.
Skelton continuing from Pavilion End.
Guided nicely. Be a couple, that's well run. Grucock back for the second. She moves to 20. 70 for 2 and nearly halfway there now, Sunrisers. 74 more to begin. Swoop for a single. Run rate's dropped down to 3.75 required though. Will only ever be hovering just over 2. It's the wickets column. Both sides know that. Wickets in hand and Sunrisers win. All the way across to sweep that one. So the short fine leg it goes, end of the 90. 71 for 2, 73 to win. A couple of wickets on that board now though, Storm, and they very much will be fancying their chances to heap the pressure on.
You keep doing that sort of stuff. Shh, shh, thank you.
What's going to give? So they keep Smale going. 7th over, keep this run rate down and hope it buys a wicket in the time. Swept nicely by Grewcock, just the single. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. Bowled, just hangs it up outside the off stump. So halfway there, 72 more to win. 8 wickets standing, 30.2 overs. And that will feel good. Oh, tight. Gonna be hard for the fielder to call that one.
One of those where you have a TV umpire, they go and check it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times and finally come to the conclusion that it's a great chase. They put in a dive and we'll take the 4 then.
It was given. No, fair play. I did think the reaction of the fielder was resignation, that she felt she did hit the rope when she flicked it. Clever from Carr, drops the single. Really well batted, so she's moved to 21 with the 4 and the single. Yeah, I thought there was resignation in the slide, which I couldn't have said for sure that on that look that we had. But I'll have a look at a replay of it. Here we go. It was tight for sure. Instinct was it probably was, but you'd understand the fielder saying, "Don't know." There's the touch. No.
Her knee actually might have hit the rope as she got there. Like it was.
Yeah, you could see the resignation.
She didn't. Yeah, Amara didn't get all of it as she hit it through the smallest of gaps that they left in the covers. But yeah, they very welcome 4 against 6 off the over, and like I said, the run rate's hovering early 2s, which means they're going to be less worried about things.
Harvey down the leg side, first ball. .77 for 2. Would have been a wide, but driven away into the offside.
And the change of bowler just means be patient again, get the pace of the ball, wait for the ball so you can hit away.
Cut away. No run though. Single to end the over. Good start from Harvey, 48 for 2. 21 done. Middlesex still going at Chelmsford, 125 behind now. Just to Carey's down the order, holding things together, 129 for 9. Carey's has 29. There's a bit of shade for the Sunrisers. Cordelia Griffith, their second right. Thinking 2, slight fumble allows them back for the second. Grucock moves to 22, 81 for 2. Middlesex all out at Chelmsford, 179. All gone. Misses a full bunger. Grucock's gone for 24, 81 for 3. Around the wicket, Skelton to the left-hander. Felt like that had to do a lot to straighten on leg. We'll have a look again in a moment. Very full delivery from around the wicket. Not sure about that one, but umpire says out, so Grucock has to go. 81 for 3. Villiers comes out to join Carr. One for 3 after 22. bottom edge on that. Tickles away fine. They're looking for a second. No, 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 no. Oh dear. Complete miscommunication there. Car's gone. 82 for 4, and there'll be 2 new batters at the crease. Big mix-up. Car turning, and oh dear. Villiers was convinced there was a second. Villiers must have called. Carr mustn't have heard her. Yes, that's 2, she must have said and gone at this point, but Carr hadn't run the first hard enough, thinking there was only ever going to be 1. Big mix-up. Sunrisers will hope it's not a big problem, but it means Villiers yet to face 82 for 4 in the 23rd. 62 more to win. Joe Gardner, powerful batter. Northamptonshire comes out. Finisher's job required. That's certainly what Gardner is, the finisher. First ball for Villiers, push back. One of those moments happens in cricket at all levels. This one's down the leg side. We'll get through for a single. Brings Villiers onto strike for the first time. So Gardner off the mark. Top ball first up for Villiers. Yeah, it happens at all levels, but even still, whenever a run out occurs, it's never a nice feeling for those involved. Wide signal on that one. Top ball turn the over, 2 off it with the run out of Carr to begin. 1 more to go. .88 for 4, end of the 23rd. Slight break for a moment for Danny Warren. Welcome back. Better end to the over than the beginning.
Definitely, I think it was the 7th ball, so we'll maybe we need to forget this 5-ball sets. Can we have 7-ball sets from now on?
Yeah, it's looking at that over there, ends with wide .4. As it goes up on the board now, Harvey done for 8 from 2. Unfortunate moment for Carr and Villiers. As I said, it happens at all levels, doesn't it? Never nice when it happens.
Oh, and it doesn't, and you're the batter standing out there knowing that you've been part of it, so I think there's Maddie and Joe will be determined to play their game.
Stands up tall to defend that one. 56 to win here. Tea's been taken at Chelmsford, I should tell you, with Middlesex all out. 179, trailing by 125. Backed up to that one, ended up having to reach for it.
Yeah, while I was away, a change of ends to Skelton worked and did the trick, didn't it? Give Snail a break and change it up.
Nudged through the onsides. Just a single. Wilson doing the fielding out on the ropes.
You've got two batters out there now who are fantastic batters in their own right. I'm obviously going to jinx them here, so I'll just keep talking because it doesn't matter, does it? If I say nice things, they don't get out. But they want to move the game on. They want to be positive, so they'll play their own game.
Punch by Villiers, can't quite get it through. Another coming around. Short, dragged into the onside by Villiers. Had a few sighters now, hasn't she? Dot ball to end the over, just the one off it, 89 for 4. So we reached the halfway stage, 55 more needed.
Yeah, and I think when you see a couple of batters like Maddie and Joe go out there, they might look like they've got more, they're having more of a go at it than the previous partnership, but that's them trying to create opportunities, and their natural game is to attack and take it to the bowler. So there's no point in them going into their shells. They'll defend the good balls. They're there to punish anything that's in their area.
Oh, full toss, and Gardner, oh, very nearly gives it the full treatment, just short, 4 runs.
Speaking of punishing anything that's in your area.
Gets away with that one, just a single. Oh, I think 2 maybe on the fumble now.
Yeah, the ball before that, she very nearly got hold of and hit to one of the longest boundaries on the full, so it shows the power that we've got in Joe. And that's coupled with the finesse that you see there, Maddie, not just a player that wants to take it on but knows where the gaps are, so like, these guys will want to keep building.
So fine with the deep square slide, shoving it back in. Griffiths, who couldn't stop one earlier, was disappointed with herself, knee hitting the rope as she pushed it back in. Extremely well there. 2 more. Gardner 9 from 9. Halfway point here, 97 for 4, 47 more needed for Sunrisers in the game between South East Stars and Thunder. Thunder have wrapped up a 6-wicket victory in the 26th over, chasing 147 for 4. They finish on 146 was their target. Ooh, that one's run away fine. Took high up the outside shoulder. Looking to guide it alright, but just got a little bit bigger on Villiers than I think she expected. Villiers moves to 7 from 9, 99 for 4.
I think we've seen today that you probably never quite feel like you're in on this pitch. It's always got something that you need to be wary of.
Short. Oh, and put down at deep mid-wicket. That could be a very costly drop for Western Storm.
And I'll be honest, as soon as that went in the air and I saw that was Fran Wilson, I thought there was only one outcome there, because for so many years that's been her bread and butter. But we said earlier, it's actually quite difficult to catch in the pockets here. I was speaking to Jo Gardner about the one she took out, almost identical position to Fran then. Spoke to her in the interval and she said she was so pleased to hold on to it, because it was one that, just trying to judge it, was with the blue sky behind and the distance and the depth that you need to be. It's a real challenge, so you can see why a simple catch looks difficult.
Oh, that's up in the air again. Safe, didn't get hold of it. Pulled out of the shot really, Gardner. Just floated off the top edge into the onsides. Single takes her to double figures. 101 for 4, 44 to win. It's not easy to come by out there at Radlett today. Oh, but that is class from Villiers. She's into double figures. 105 for 4. Best shot in a while, that.
Yeah, just rocked back, gave herself a bit of room. Like, anything slightly short has been the easier way to score runs today, hasn't it? If you drop it a little bit shorter, you've got that time. It's given that the bounce sits up nicely, and look, that's a class cricket shot played there, guided through. It definitely didn't trickle to the boundary.
Posted by Storm, having won the toss. Sunrisers edge closer here. To remember that 29 of those were extras. So runs off the bat have been hard to come by out there all day.
Yeah, that was overly generous, you would probably say, from the bowling team at Sunrisers' perspective. But yeah, imagine we're sitting in the changing rooms now if we'd been a little bit tighter on that front. But yeah, head down, work hard.
But equally, that is a mark of how well the chase is going. 105 for 4. Very few extras conceded by Western Storm. They'd have said that to themselves, that they could not afford to give those runs back to Sunrisers. They need to make Sunrisers work as hard as possible, and that's what's happening here. 39 away.
You've probably seen as well that they've bowled 7 overs, I think, of seam at the top. That's about it.
Strike rates in that Storm innings as well. Gardner 10 from 18, Villiers 12 from 11.
Slight correction, 8 overs out of the 27 bowled so far have been from the seamers, so we've now seen 70, more than that. My maths is terrible when it comes to this. 19 overs, so it's been...
Oh, cut away again. Villiers picks up on the length early.
That's class cricket. Just wait for it, use the pace.
Swept hard through square leg. For a single it goes, 110 for 4. 111 for 4. Short and hit hard again. This is going to be hard work, but well done out there. Fran Wilson gets down, holds them to a couple. Let's cover the 28th. 113 for 4. 31 more for Sunrisers. Top ball 20 over. 31 required. The partnership is 31 for the 5th wicket. 28 overs bowled. Run rate pushed back up over 4 and over. Again, as sticky as Storm found it this morning. Sunrisers have made a better fist of it with the bat in this chase. But equally, can still see how difficult run scoring has been out there. Gardner offered that chance.
Those 31 runs have come in less than 6 overs. So the contrast to the rest of the game is the attacking intent that these two batters bring to their cricket has probably allowed them a little bit of fortune for Villiers with the drop when she was on 7, but allowed them the opportunity to buy some time. So another throw of the dice here. The ring field is in, and Alex Griffiths comes on to try pace.
Bumps back. Yes is the call. Stopped by Griffiths. Backing up.
And it's positive running, which is sometimes so hard when the wicket that just fell was a run out. So to back yourself, to know the areas, to know your partner, it's credit to these two who've built a great partnership here.
Wide, cut hard. Cut for 4. Villiers into the 20s. Gamble by Storm here to go with pace with these two looking to score. Anything offline will be punished.
Yeah, it's an interesting theory. Like one with 2 back on the leg side, and until now have kept the offside field up as if they look to dry them up. And every now and again drop one in short and hope that Maddie hits it to the same place that she got away with last time. I would assume where they're looking to go here. But yeah, it's we saw when Sunrisers brought Kopak back on and brought Suran Kumar on at the back end that it was easier to score. Griffiths has a lot of skill. She'll bowl some variations in here and try and work a wicket out of here, because 1 wicket brings 2, as we saw last time, and brings a little bit of a panic in that changing room.
Wide rate 1.2. Extraordinary how low it's dropped. As we said all the way through in this chase, the only thing that will win it for Western Storm is wickets. That's why they've gambled with Griffiths here, see if she can blast out a couple. There again's that width. Gets through. They'll get back for 2. Smail only able to make half a stop on it.
And that's very good running. They knew that she hadn't got to the ball, both quick between the wickets and kept the pressure on.
Well, she missed out there, Villiers. End of the over, 7 off it. 120 for 4. Sunrisers, 30th over coming up. And probably, I think, that old adage of double year score at 30 may have been closer to a fair reflection of what a past score would have been today, somewhere around about 230, 240.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if we'd been asked about first, we would have been targeting 250 as the first idea. That may have shifted a little bit, but anything below 230 you would probably feel like you've got your work cut out. But as we said before, pressure, experiences, a lot of things plays in here, so until these guys have managed to hit the remaining 24 runs, Storm will feel like they're very much in the game.
That's a beautiful shot. Flight from Smail. The drive from Gardner, powerful and precise.
That's bread and butter. A little bit too full. Got to the pitch a bit.
Oh, goodness me. Backed up to that. Shades there of the dismissal in the Storm innings. It was Smail herself who backed right up. It's a Grewcock on that occasion. Oh wow, bludgeoned back down the ground by Gardner. Just a single to end the over, 30 gone, 125 for 4.
Pretty sure that's not where she was hoping to hit it, and there were a few hearts in mouths as that went back towards the bowler, but she just managed to get it out of Winchburg follow through. Yeah. The lack of pace in Smail's bowling probably endangered Maddie Villiers more than it did the bowler, but again, when it doesn't go where you're thinking it's going to go, you're worried. I think Maddie did quite well to get through for the single there. She had to do a bit of a teddy bear roll and get up and go again.
Below 20 to win with that single. Took out by Gardner. Yes, cool. Just bumps away from the fielder. Gardner on to 18. 18 to win for Sunrisers. Oh, that swung hard. Another boundary to Villiers moves to 29, 130 for 4, 14 to win. That feels like a big step towards Sunrise's victory here. 14 away now. Gone for 29, trying to finish it, only 14 away from the victory margin, 130 for 5 in the 31st. Griffith strikes, toe end from Villiers, but 29 crucial runs from 24 deliveries. Should be a match-winning innings from Maddie Villiers. It's just a little bit backwards on it, wasn't she? Inside out into the offside.
Probably tried to carve a ball that wasn't quite there, as you say, wanting to get on with things and finish it quickly. Has opened up an end and a little bit of hope in there. I would obviously hope that there's not that much of it.
Good applause for Villiers. She makes her way off, 130 for 5, one to come at the 31st. Eva Gray out to face. Former South East star and former county, former team, had a tough day of it today. Can she make sure our current employers finish with a flourish? Felt with that boundary, taking it 18 down to 14, it just felt that was that step closer, didn't it? Because runs have not been easy to come by all throughout today with the bats. Gardner, who's such a clean striker of the ball, 18 from 29. That's somewhere closer to the strike rates we've been accustomed to today. Maddie Villiers was the difference. That gets through. And a very, very welcome boundary to end the over on 34 for 5, 10 to win.
A little bit of good fortune here for Eva Gray. Off first ball, she nutmegged Wraith behind the stumps. You don't put a fielder there, so she'll be claiming later that's exactly where she meant to put it. It's a matter now of just keeping your concentration. There's a lot of balls left in this game. You don't need many runs, so get them off the ball that is actually there to hit.
Corney's 34 off 82 deliveries, the highest score today. 41 her strike rate. Nothing can top that now as Gardner pushes the dot ball into the offside. 12 Scrivens, 19 Dowse, 24 Grucock, 24 Carr, Villiers 29. It's the call, well run, just into the gap. Gardner on to 19. Ground strike on 4. Good strike rates all the way through. Grucock's 24 off 53. Scrivens 12 off 26. 46 and 45 respectively, those comfortably the lowest, which, you know, in contrast to the 34 off 82 from Corney, it shows how well that Sunrisers are bowled. Sorry, batted I should say.
I'm sure when we reflect on this in a few hours time, whenever it's done, the disappointment will be the lack of players going on from the start that they got. As you said, it's been difficult to score runs out there. You do a lot of the hard work. You you start your innings, you get to the point where you've got the pace, you've faced a couple of the bowlers. Probably going to be a feeling that a few of them left a couple of runs out there when they look back, but let's hope that no one regrets it.
Oh, leading edge from Gray. It goes wide and mid-off. Just a single. 5 from 5. Gray keeps the strike with the single at the end of the over. 136 for 5. 8 to him.
Gray's managed to edge that with better timing than I do if I pick up a bat, so it's she's a very clean striker of the ball. Probably been given a slight promotion in the team to come in at 7, but definitely not out of place in that number in the batting order. She's a very promising all-rounder. As you say, moved over from South East Stars in the closed season last year and has not only led our bowling attack with her seam at the top and at the death, but also shown us glimpses, especially in the T20 campaign, with her batting, where she plays some brilliant middle order innings to put some runs on the board. So yeah, she'll be looking to put her hand up here and show that she can also perform with the bat.
Full bunger, hit back in the air, over mid-off and mid-on. Down the hill that will go. 3 to win. Gardner's on to 23.
Jo's benefited from a couple of full tosses. One she chose to swing over wide, long on. This one she's gone dead straight, hit the sight screen, 1 bounce. And it's within 1 shot now.
In the air that goes, and Garner deep square. Gray trying to finish it. 2 to win. 142 for 6. Gray trying to win it with the 6. Griffiths holds on. goes to show, doesn't it? Yeah. 143 that Storm posted this morning. We said 240 would have been closer to what would have been a match-winning score, and I think it quite comfortably would have been 240, wouldn't it? A match-winning score on this one.
Yeah, I think there's probably a little bit of context with the last couple of wickets, isn't there, in that Maddie got out trying to get the game going. Eva got out trying to win the game in a spectacular fashion, so I think you would hope that there might be some different decisions made if you were batting first to get there. I still think 140 was well below par on this pitch, and has almost proven to be. There are still 2 runs that need to be kicked by somebody as Amu Surankuma comes to the wicket. She's not unaccustomed to finishing matches off, having taken the final 2 wickets against Vipers in our victory at Chelmsford in July. So if she nails this one through the covers in the next for the next ball, because there's one left in this over, she might be getting a new nickname.
Top ball 20 over. Gray gone. 142 for 6. Gardner to have strike on 23. Full toss gets away with that one. Top ball again. Gardner just making sure she finishes it off properly rather than in style.
Yeah, there are a few people sat on the edges of their seats, aren't there now?
No run. Wide, scores level. 143 for 6. Almost a shame for Smale, really. That was the way it went there. I was just thinking at this stage, toss it right up there and just say to Gardner, go on then, if you want to try. So with that one, it's dug out by Gardner.
Yeah, everyone bar deep mid wicket now in the ring. So.
Width and driven, and there's the winning runs. Gardner moves to 24. It might even go all the way. No, it stops. Gardner 24, Sunrisers 144 for 6. A 4-wicket victory. Danny Warren, I'd imagine that's hugely satisfying. What was the most satisfying aspect, really? Battle ball.
I think the all-round display, that you have to go with how the match fluctuates, that it's your wildest dreams that you get the 13 for 4, but you know that they're going to recover to then continue to come at them through the middle overs, to continue to attack, give yourself a relatively small target. But I suppose we also had to chase this down without our opening batter, having picked up an injury in the field, which is something to realise. I think the really pleasing thing is to see a player like Ariana Dowse come in and make her debut and look so at home at the top of the order. It was a bit of lapse of concentration that gave her wicket away, probably. That really set the platform, and then how the girls just kept applying themselves. As I say, the disappointment might be that we didn't go on when we had the bat in hand, and you'd want to see that so that you know that you've got that going forward. But all in all, game plan executed well, and as Andy would say, a W is a W, and today's been a great day to get a W on the board. So nice to get the third one, and to now find another team to beat other than Vipers.
Danny Warren, thanks very much for your help on the mic today, much appreciated. See you Sunday at Chelmsford.
You will do.
Look forward to that one. From here at Radlett, thanks very much for your company. Western Storm posting 143, bowled out, having won the toss. Sunrisers chasing it down with 6 wickets and 16.1 overs to spare. Thanks for your company on the stream. Don't forget there's a Sunrisers derby at the moment, Middlesex against Essex, Northamptonshire in action as well. You can tune across those, the Sunrisers stream. We'll be back on Sunday at Chelmsford. For myself, Kevin Hand and the stream team. A very good evening to you all.